Well, hello, friends, and welcome back to the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour. This is Group 6, 8, and 12 for SVRA. A fan walk here. You can see here the weather is really nice. Lots of fans out here. We're going to start, though, Ralph, I hope you're watching, because this is odd for me. My favorite car of the weekend, right here. It's not British, which happens very rarely, but you can see the Kermit the Frog here. He's keeping his tradition alive. Wes Wigington from Austin, Texas. Look at this beautiful car. And, Wes, you had Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite that you sold to our friend the Frasers, and almost the same color green, but you just like the green cars, huh?
Well, the green's going to become our favorite. We now have another car that's yellow, and she's going to be Woody.
Nice.
Woodstock, if you know Woodstock from Peanuts.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, Woodstock from the Peanuts. But look at this. There's a layer of clear over the paint. The detail on this car, I've been watching. He's parked outside of our office. Everybody keeps coming over to see the car. So, Wes, thank you for coming out. So cool. No way, Jose. Jose's not here with this car, but the number 88. Then we come to Janet Guthrie, the true Janet Guthrie car, driven by Lisa Weinberger. This Celica is a car that she actually raced. This isn't a tribute car. Very cool car here. Then Dave Miner, I don't see him. We can't miss him, but the tallest race car driver I've ever seen in this beautiful kind of tribute early Trans Am car. And next year, again, the Trans Am Series is celebrating 60 years. So very cool. Then we go Steve Smith over here in this beautiful black Corvette. I've always wondered, but this is not the Steve Smith that's the drummer of Journey, but Steve Smith in the Corvette. Are you having fun here?
Awesome time. Awesome event.
Nice.
Very well done.
Nice. Well, thank you for coming out. Corvette running Group 12. So if you're a Corvette person, look for Steve Smith and the slick black Corvette. Now we come back here because there are like 44 cars on this grid. Group 6 is 1973 or newer, big bore, muscle production cars. Group 12 is basically 73 or newer, big bore production cars, and Group 8 is kind of that medium bore. So like this would be a Group 8 car of Rob Bellevue here with this Datsun 240, or this Porsche 914 back here, or the beautiful Porsche 911 here. But let's go talk to some of these drivers, because it's just really, really pretty cars back here. So you can see here we've got Ron Pauly and his BMW. He joined us at Barber just a few weeks ago. I'm not sure who's in this number 90 GT350, but we have several GT350s out here this weekend. So it's going to be a really, really cool show. And if you like variety, just wait, because we've got a lot of variety coming up here. I got to talk about this. What is this, a Supra? He was here with us last year. Just such a cool car. Check this thing out. That's the number 20. Just such a cool car. Then we've talked about this, Ralph, the 808. I thought maybe that he was a huge Kanye fan with the 808 and Heartbreak, but in fact his name is Bob, and I got to get this right. Bob Chautis. He works at one of our marketing partners as sponsors, FPEC, Food Processing Equipment Company out of Arkansas. So look for him. It's great to have Bob out here. I love when he uses his name. Then Sean Brown, all the way from England, in this beautiful FIA spec English Ford Escort. Absolutely love that car. We've got some 944s back here. The great Skillman number 3 car. We've got Tom Linton in the Donahue car. We've seen that a lot this year. Now we're going to come up and talk to some of these crews and drivers. Mayor Primo, this car is very fast. I'm looking for him because he was with us at Barber. But this car, this Group 8 Alfa Romeo B sedan, was keeping up with some of our big Group 6 cars. So it was unbelievable. And I don't see Mayor anywhere, but we do have these guys talking here from Concierge. So Sam Lecomte, what are you running here this weekend?
My 67 Camaro and my 29 NASCAR Monte Carlo.
So you're running in 2 different classes, and how about you?
We're running the Camaro here, trying to keep up with Sam, and then we've got a Can-Am car we're running.
Nice. Yeah. He's got the newer Can-Am cars that look like the old McLarens. So just so cool. So Mark Hannafin in this beautiful yellow Camaro Bumblebee-looking car. I like that. And I see, looks like, are you New Mexico? Very nice. We've got a couple New Mexico people here. Then, speaking of FPEC, food processing equipment company. We've got Al and Dave. Hey, how you doing? You can be on TV if you want to. FPEC, Alan Davison here in this beautiful Panos. And you've got Bob here running with you here this weekend. But I see a lot of fans gathered around the car. How you feeling, Alan?
I'm feeling great. Great weather, great time, always.
You've driven a little bit of everything. You know, you've driven some Group 6 cars, some Group 12 cars. Do you prefer the Panos?
You know, I'm in the Panos, I love it. And then I get in the TA2 car, and I love it. And I get in the 67 Coupe, and I love it. You know, it's just, I like the variety.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like the variety. That's a good way to say it. I like that. So Alan Davison, another one of our FPEC drivers. Then we've got Shadle over here, this beautiful blue car, the number 36. We've seen a lot of Shadle this season in 2025. He's talking to Gary Moore right now, but Shadle, Gary Moore. So, Shadle, you've done so many events with us. Are you having fun here at COTA?
I am. We've done 6. This is our 6th event this year.
And you went out west with us, too, correct?
Probably not going to do that again.
That's a long tow, but thank you so much for coming out. The Camaro looks amazing. Thank you. And then, Gary, you got to point out something here. Sorry about that. I hate to interrupt, but this is too cool not to show, especially because there's a couple of these Porsches out here. But Gary Moore driving this beautiful Cobra Automotive true Shelby GT 350. But we've got Calvin doing something. I don't know what he's doing. Gary, what exactly is Calvin doing over here?
Well, I give the Porsche drivers the opportunity to see that all the time. So,
meaning they're behind you.
They're behind me. Yes, absolutely. We have a lot of fun, and you guys do an outstanding job. And Cobra gives us great hot rods.
Nice. Well, watch out, Gary Moore, one of my favorite drivers, very good driver here in SVRA. Have fun out there. Sorry to interrupt you over there. We've got a BMW here, Mr. Major. Check this out. Spec E46 from NASA. Great to have these BMWs out here. This looks like this guy right here. Are you Major? Yes, I am. All right, so tell us about this BMW. Love having it out here.
Yeah, this is a 3-liter BMW. It's a stock series, a spec series, so the engine is detuned. It has a maximum of 220 horsepower. We compete in a series where every car is equally prepared. It's basically stock except for the suspension, exhaust, and wheels.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for coming out. The BMW. Watch the Spec E46. It's a very tight competition, really fun to watch. Speaking of somebody that comes to a lot of events, I was thinking just randomly, I think maybe we've only done 3 events this year that the gas man Yarborough didn't come to. Running the Gulf 76, but you've had to have so much fun this season because you've been everywhere.
Well, I've been everywhere in the southeast and on the west coast. Next year, my goal is the northeast and get out there, and then I'll have the full card filled out. My goal is to hit every single iconic track that SVRA races, and that's what I love about SVRA, that we race all these different great tracks. I mean, last week or 2 weeks ago, Barber, and now here. I mean, who as a kid to dream to race these kind of tracks? It's just fantastic. Just fantastic. That's great.
I love it. And we love the enthusiasm. He's out here this weekend in a Formula Ford, in a Devon, and then in this monster right here, this beautiful car here that Ralph Shaheen loves as a Corvette guy. Then we've got Sandberg over here, and Sandberg, we don't mind talking about this because I talked to Hannafin, but this car always looks so pretty. And then we had a little what do you call it, argy-bargy there. What happened there?
Boo-boo. Well, I was going into turn 11, and I was at the Apex, and that number 85 yellow Camaro, I guess he used me for his brakes. You know, you got to do that sometimes when they're soft.
Yeah, and that on a fiberglass car, fiberglass versus metal, fiberglass is tough.
Yeah, the metal's always going to win.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming out. One of our longtime competitors, big competitor with CVAR, and always has fun with all of his cars. Let's come back through here. So we've got the Cobra Automotive Shelby GT 350. Peter Dolan, here he is. Peter Dolan's over here in this beautiful car. Peter, I love this. Another true Shelby GT 350. In, what is it? Is it Heritage White? Is that what they call the color? Wimbledon White. See, there you go. So how is it to be here at the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour?
This is amazing. SVRA always puts on an amazing event, running COTA, right after Formula One, an experience you can't get anywhere else. Beautiful, amazing cars out here, great competitors, fun group, great weather. Can't complain.
Nice. I like that. It was like we rehearsed that. I love that. Wearing his Villanova hat. Very nice. Then we come over here, this beautiful, let me see. I got to give this guy some credit. Oh, Bob Caudle. Where is Bob? I know Bob. I don't see him anywhere, and he's hard to miss. The number 67 here, that's the one that Samuel Lecomte is in with Concierge Motorsports. Look at this thing, a black race car. He's just asking for punishment. But this is beautiful. Sam, I'm not used to your cars looking this good. What's happening here? This looks amazing. This is like Concours winning right here.
I don't know when we're racing. It's so pretty, right?
Yeah. A black race car, you're just a glutton for punishment.
Well, that's Jim Bradley's old car.
Oh, okay.
And he didn't really want to sell, and he got a health problem. He sold it to me. I'm glad he did. I watched this thing since 2004 race. And I always wanted it, and here I end up with it. I'm lucky.
Nice. I love it. Nice. Living the dream, Samuel Lecomte. We've got Hildebrand here in this beautiful car. A Greenwood Corvette right here, ladies and gentlemen, the number 37 of John Anderson. But we got to come over here to our position leaders. So Dr. Claire Schwindeman, I actually yelled at Dr. Claire Schwindeman yesterday because he was holding a rear differential while another guy was hitting it with a sledgehammer. I'm like, Dr. Claire, those hands are too valuable for you to be doing that. So he did give it up. But this is Claire Schwindeman from the Dallas, Texas area, running the red, white, and blue. And he used to have a Texas flag on this thing, but so, Dr. Claire, come over here. Let's talk about this beautiful Group 6 Corvette in your home state. Stand in front of it. So, how's it feel? You're back here at COTA with us, and this car looks beautiful. How's it feeling?
The car's running great. It's perfect weather, nice event, and the car is behaving finally. So, it's beautiful today. It's a great car.
So, we're going to see you on the podium in like 30, 40 minutes, huh?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I've got some very stiff competition in front of me, so we'll try.
All right, we'll try. Let's go talk to some of that competition. Because in Group 6 GT, who just got out of his GT1 Trans Am car, is John DeGainer in this beautiful Devon Evolution, the 111. Looks like you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, qualified 5th. How's it feel?
I'm glad to be here. It's really exciting. Got a little work to do. There's a lot of fast cars up in front of us, but I'm looking forward to the race.
Nice. I love it. Running with 6 GT. The family's here, so the pressure's on. You're running in a bunch of different classes. GT1 with TA just got out of the car. Now you're going to be running this, and you've got totally different cars.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's getting lap times in both cars. Just the practice is fantastic, but brake zones and what these cars do are completely different. So how to switch the brain between the two, it's part of the challenge.
Nice. I love it. Well, John DeGainer in the 111, a Devon Evolution. I kind of like this car because it's got the rear end framing of an MGA, which is what I have. I have a 59 MGA, but it's a 327 Corvette engine, very fast car. Then we're going to come over here because I was talking to Jody earlier. This car, Jody is always fast. He's always giving us a great show, whether he's out there winning races or the steering wheel falls off in his hand while he's leading a race at Indy. But he's got such a soft suspension setup, and we're going to talk about that in the broadcast because it doesn't look like, from the little bit I know of racing, it doesn't look like it works, but you're always so fast. So tell us about this soft setup.
Well, I don't know that much about it as far as how my guys set it out, but it works, and it works, and the car's real stable and squats when I need it to squat, and which allows me to get the power down and keep it stable, keep it going the right way.
Nice. Now, we got to talk about this. What's going on here, Jody?
I am a Badger.
You're a Wisconsin Badger.
I went to Wisconsin. I played football at Wisconsin, so, I've got to honor my alma mater.
Nice. But I don't see any of the NFL teams' helmets on here you played for.
No, I didn't put them on there, but you got to remember, like, the front of the car was replaced about 2 years ago when my little accident in Atlanta.
Yeah. Well, man, thank you for coming out. We saw you at Watkins Glen this year. I love it. I miss having you at the track. So hopefully we're going to see this Darth Vader car back out with us in SVRA.
Darth Vader. Yeah, that's a pretty good, I get it. It's a pretty good name. All right, man. See you, Ben.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Then we come over here to Brabham. This car, unbelievable. Mike Donahue has done such a great job. Basically a full restore. I haven't seen this car in a while, but Matt Brabham had great luck in this car at Indy a few years ago in V-Rock, won the race. And now I guess Mike has invited you also right out of TA into this car. But how did you get the invite to come and race this?
Well, we've always been in contact together. Obviously, it was a pretty special moment to be on the podium at Indy, drinking milk, and we beat some pretty stout races in that field. I mean, I remember Paul Tracy, Bill Elliott, and then Max Pappas, and all those crazy historic guys that just have so many championships. So it was really cool to race with those guys, and yeah, we just share a bond since that. You know, it's motor racing, it's a disease, but you race together, you're teammates with people. You know, you create a strong bond, especially when you win a race together. So yeah, we've just been in contact, and they got everything, you know, pristine on this car, and they wanted to run it, and gave me a call and said, "You're going to be there, right?" And I said, "Yeah." So we worked it out, and here I am on the grid and ready to race this thing again.
Qualified third on the grid overall as well. So when they throw that green flag, what's your strategy when you're behind the wheel of somebody else's car? Is your approach a little different?
Yeah. The strategy for turn one for me is survival. It sounds like these guys are pretty wild, and you know, they got fenders, and these cars are heavy and can take a beating. So I just want to get through turn one with no scratches on his car, look after it, and then I know it's really fast, so then we just settle in and have some fun. So I'm looking forward to it.
Nice. Well, Matt Brabham, we know he's fast here. We watched him win a TA race with Ernie Francis Jr. a few years ago after basically he was just in the car. Then we come over here. Walter, how do I say your last name? Cole. Here we go in this beautiful Dodge Viper. Is it the ACRX?
It's not an X. It was a World Challenge build from 2005, 2006. John Deering built it and ran it out of California back in the day.
Nice. So this is our first in the Group 12. Very fast car. We've seen you here a few times. And how are you liking Circuit of the Americas?
Man, this is the best track in America as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that. Beautiful facility, great town, great location, but just the layout. It makes it for really good. So even though this is probably our most modern track that we run, there's still a great vintage racing lines through here, and there's all kinds of different ways you can take different corners. So I'm guessing this is your home track since I see you here all the time.
It is my home track. I'm out of Tomball, so it's easier for me to make this when I've got 3 kids. They're 11, 9, and 6 sitting right over here. So
nice. Well, there you go. So Vipers, Jerry Robinson will say for him it's Mopar or a no car. So he's over there pointing at me right now. Then we got to come over here and talk about this. We're going to go to Peter Klutz. The car is for sale. He's talking to Jeff Brabham. Yeah, maybe he's over here. He's got to get something to beat his son, right? So, Peter, tell us about your car qualifying P1.
The car was working really great. We pulled it out of mothballs. We bought it a few years ago, and we got 3 of them, and we was going to race with the kids, and now they're married and their own kids, so we're going to sell 1 or 2 of the cars. Yeah.
But we saw the kids racing a few months ago at CTMP.
We're still doing that. That's close to home. Yeah, the NASCAR stuff is still a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love the NASCAR, the Pinty series. So cool to see. And then, I run into you guys in the paddock, Ron Fellows. So, it's just another big family reunion. So, Peter, we got to look at this beautiful car. Reach out to Legendary Motor Car Company if you're interested in this car. Obviously, it's fast. It's P1. What's that? Or one of the other ones, he says. Yeah, I guess everything's for sale, Peter Klute, for the right price, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come down here now to I've got about 2 minutes before Invocation, and I know Marvin Gray wants to do Invocation, but he's looking at all these Mustangs because he loves the Mustangs. But I want to come over here since we've got 2 minutes and talk to John because, man, this thing, Ralph, I hope you're looking at this because I know you love your Greenwoods. And, man, what a beautiful car. Tell us about this thing.
This was owned by Rick Mancuso, and he traded it in for the Greenwood No. 2 car, IMSA car that was built. And then it went to Art Siri, and then over to Europe for about 10 years. And then we restored it, I think, 2017. Brought it back to the States. And so it's a Greenwood owned, but it's not one of the 12 Greenwood built. So it's
unbelievable. I love the livery on it. We got to get a shot. Look at this long nose down there. This is going to be a great car to have here on that back straight of the circuit. Which engine does it have in it?
A 454.
The 454, the big block in the Chevrolet. So that's awesome. Yeah, just beautiful cars here. And like I said, a very eclectic mix as we're about to get going over to the Invocation. But I will say, to add just a little bit of drama, when I started this fan walk, it was sunny. And I haven't walked that far. The clouds are out. It's a little bit threatening. Anything can happen at Circuit of the Americas. Like they say, if you don't like the weather in Austin, just wait 5 minutes. So it's going to be really good. I'm coming over here now, Marvin Gray, talking to Juan Gonzalez. But Marvin Gray is about to deliver our national anthem. Juan Gonzalez is going to do the driver start command for our Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour. But Marvin Gray, I know that you're a big fan of these American muscle cars here. We'll come over here. We'll get the big tower in the background. But Marvin, to deliver us the invocation from Road Race Ministries, take it away, please.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to race in this awesome, amazing facility. We thank you that you've given us the talent and resources to be able to go racing. And now we ask your blessing upon the drivers, the crew, the officials, the staff, all that's part of putting this event on. Plus, we thank you for our fans. Bless our fans for coming out. And now we ask your special blessing on our troops, our safety forces, emergency workers, hospital workers, all those that serve us. And we do pray for an end to the killing in Ukraine and Gaza, in Africa. And Lord, we pray that you go to the Caribbean and bring resources for those that are affected by the storms. In your name we pray, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Marvin. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I've heard all about this guy. We are in the live music capital of the world, Austin, Texas. SVRA is about to put on some great live music here with Group 6, 8, and 12. But right now, Mike Dome is going to deliver the national anthem for us. Mike, take it away.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
My goodness, Mike Dome, unbelievable, man. Very nice voice. I love that. Well, Ralph, I'm going to send it back to you. We're about to get these things fired up after we have our driver start command, but there's some Corvettes in this group you're going to love, and then you're going to come right back to us for Juan Gonzalez from Mission Foods to deliver the start command.
That was an outstanding version of our national anthem. Thank you, Ben. Man, some incredible looking cars, and Ben knows my taste in them, that's for sure. Great look at the field, great look at the racetrack, and we are close to getting underway here. The number 37's got me written all over it. Or that one. Or that one. I mean, they're just everywhere, right? I'd be happy with this one here, too. So, you know the old saying, I'm not going to tell you if I won the lottery, but there's going to be some signs. You just saw the first 5. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, Mr. Gonzalez is going to get us underway here, so stay tuned for that. I guarantee it'll be a good one.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
All right, back here at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Getting ready for our next SVRA race of the day here today. This will be groups 6, 8, and 12. Lots of great noise for this groups. Should be a lot of fun, a lot of noise, and a lot of great looking cars. Good look at the observation deck here. Big climb up to the top there. Look at this field. Vipers, Camaros, Corvettes, Mustangs, BMWs. Wide variety. Something for everybody in this one. If you like your big, powerful racing cars, this is a group for you. A lot of variations of every genre. "20 turns here at Circuit of the Americas, 3.4 miles around. Not quite the longest track in America, but it races almost that way and how long it takes to work your way around here. All right, Ben is ready to go with Mr. Gonzalez. Kick us off, Ben.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with my friend Juan Gonzalez, and just like any race car driver, we've got 43 cars out here at the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour Fan Walk, and I asked Juan, which one of these cars do you like the best? And he points right to the lead cars and, of course, says the fast cars, because that's what race drivers do. But this is your home track, your hometown. What's it like to be here at the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour in your hometown?
Well, thank you to SVRA to make this event, call it the Mission Foods Weekend. And what better off, we're home base in Dallas, and we're here with all my friends. I'm wishing you good luck to all the drivers, and I hope I'll see you next year. And more important, I'll see you in the supermarket next week as well.
Yes, we will be in the supermarket, or if you want to go get some chips, just right down there in our town center next to our sim trailer, you get some free chips and salsa. But to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, Juan Gonzalez, take it away.
Drivers, eat more Mission chips.
Such a great command by Juan Gonzalez. He looks forward to doing that every time, and it is a perfect way to fire the cars up and get them going here at the Mission Foods SpeedTour Circuit of the Americas. You heard all those big engines firing up, coming to life. We got Z cars down there, and Porsches, of course, and Panos and BMWs and the Corvettes, Camaros, and Ford Mustangs up near the front. Arguably one of the best looking fields of cars we've had in these three classes all year long. Groups 6, 8, and 12. Well, you could listen to that idle all day, couldn't you? Tevin in between a pair of Corvettes, coupe and a Roadster, whichever you prefer, and a Mercedes safety car to get us underway. There's the Panos. Silver car right there. Let's take a look at Circuit of the Americas. COTA, as many people call it. 20 turns, 3.4 miles around. You can see how it stretches out across the fields here in Austin, up that massive hill, up to Mission Foods, turn number 1. Then you start the descent, picking up speed through 2, 3, Mission Foods 4, 5, then you go back uphill here as you come out of 6 and 7 and back uphill through 8 and 9 up here to 10, and it's downhill steeply to 11. Great passing opportunity there at Summit turn 11. Then it's flat out, and I mean flat out, up and down all the way down to turn 12 before you get into the Cube 3 Architecture Stadium sections here. Work your way through 16, 17, and 18 there. And then over to the next gen, turn 19, and the Optima batteries, turn 20. Final shot at making anything happen before you're out onto the long front straightaway. Make the climb up once again to turn 1. Well, here they all come rolling out onto the track. Steve Yarborough coming by. Alfa Romeo mixed in with all that American muscle. Good looking Z car right there. Here you see the field working its way through the S's. Got to find the rhythm through here. You get off on your rhythm, you just open that door wide open and half the field's going to freight train past you. So Ben has made his way back to the booth, and I've got one question for you. Ben.
Yes?
You haven't pulled off the B-52's Devo tickets yet.
I haven't.
Did you get me the keys to the Greenwood Corvette?
I thought that might be the one that really catches your eye in this. I think I even called you out in the fan walk, but look at that thing. That is beautiful.
You skipping the answer. Did you get the keys?
I didn't. No, he's out there.
Man, you're just not doing your buddy right this weekend, are you? No tickets.
I should have
rock,
paper, scissored him for pink slips. Man, that Panos warming up there, the number 35.
Can have that one. I want
that's Johnny Rea. He almost had an off there right in front of the other Panos of Alan Davison. But yeah, that Greenwood Corvette, and I had never looked up close, but the nose on those is just so much longer.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, there's a handful of vets out here that are just stunning. Dr. Claire's cars, beautiful. The all-black one is gorgeous. I mean, there's plenty of great-looking machines. Steve Yarborough's car, which we've seen a bunch this year, is really a great-looking car. And then the Camaros. We got our Kia-loving producer who probably doesn't think much of the Camaros. But that all black one, you're right. It's Concours quality. I saw it in the garage area on Thursday, and I was just like, is this here for our car show, or is it
look at that
actually
right there.
going to be at risk on the track?
So someday when Cam gets rid of that Kia Soul of his, maybe he'll be a Camaro guy.
Could be a while. I mean, he's pretty passionate about that thing. But why wouldn't you? I mean, it's the incredible look to it, oxy shape like that and everything. It's right up his alley.
But I said on the fan walk, like, Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. I'm from Music City, Nashville, Tennessee. But we are about to unleash some of the greatest music ever produced right here. This is some power right here, Ralph.
Well, and those of us that hail from Race City, USA, over in Mooresville, North Carolina, this is right up our alley. Gotta love this. Here we go, out of turn 20, coming down to turn 20, not quite yet. There it is. And we got to talk about all the roller coasters being built around here, too.
Yeah.
Here they come, out of 20, onto the front straightaway, right in front of us in our commentary booth inside of that building right there. Up the front straightaway, and the climb up the hill begins as we're underway and racing here. It's a Mission Foods turn number 1, and it's all Corvette at the front of the field.
Jody O'Donnell making a great run through that kitty litter, but you see Matt Brabham just taking him at turn 2. So now it's going to be Matt Brabham and Peter Kloot and Jody O'Donnell. So it goes Peter Kloot, Matt Brabham, then Jody O'Donnell, and then John DeGainer. So Cole fell way back in that Viper.
Yeah, he sure did. Looks like he's back in about 5th.
John DeGainer, speaking to him in the fan walk, was saying he really needs to get after it here. And one thing about those Vipers, sometimes it takes a little bit for their tires to come into them. So we might see Cole moving back up through the field a little bit. Look at Jody going wide there, sideways. And
Viper on the attack.
Ralph's just looking at that Greenwood Corvette.
I'll tell you what, Ben, I would be thrilled with basically any one of them here in the field. This red one here is
it's
beautiful. Steve Yarborough's car is gorgeous. The Roadster behind it, good looking.
There's Mark McCallier there in the number 33. Lives in Dallas now, but from the Austin area. Longtime SVRA competitor. And here comes Cole around the outside of Schwendemann.
Hildebrand car, black and silver. Unique look.
There's that.
Another Viper under attack here. Yikes. Right at the backside of that beautiful Camaro.
Those Vipers should be able to outbrake the Camaro and the Corvette. Nobody wants to give up momentum, but look at the line of that Viper going way deep.
That was very unique. I mean, he went straight off and then
haven't seen that. He almost triangled the apex.
Yeah, he sure did.
Now Claire Schwendemann right behind John DeGainer. And then Bob Caudle in that number 17. Bob Caudle, a longtime firefighter from the Dallas, Texas area, I believe. Now they're coming through. That's not smoke, ladies and gentlemen. That's kitty litter. We had a blown engine in the earlier session, so they put that down. It's oil dry. That soaks up all the oil on the track. But it does make it some problems for visibility as Matt Brabham right behind Peter Kloot now. And then we talked about, watch the suspension of that Darth Vader car there, the number 46 of Jody O'Donnell. It's so soft. You see it?
You could, well, and you
moves
can see
like a Cadillac.
Because he came through the inside of one there. It really hopped through there. But I'll tell you what, he's making it work, isn't he? And you know what, Ben? Sometimes it's not just about the physics of the setup, but just what feels better for the driver, right? For whatever reason. If the driver's more comfortable, he's going to go quicker.
Yeah, like for instance, Jody O'Donnell and Peter Kloot, who's up ahead, they've competed against each other for over a decade, and they probably would be, even though they're in very similar cars, they'd probably be lost in each other's cars because it's just different setups.
Absolutely.
So there's Jody O'Donnell, former NFL player.
Played for, was it the Jets?
Tight end, I believe. And then he's proudly a Wisconsin Badger. And there is Cole, who this is his home track. His kids and his wife were here. Wade Cole in that Dodge Viper doing what I said he would do. Is once the tires come to him, I think he's going to take off. But he did correct me. That's not the ACRX.
Just ACR, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Man, those came out right when I was in high school.
Yeah.
That was the car.
Was that it?
Oh, yeah. I love that.
It's not British, but it's still, it did it for you. Huh?
But I like Carroll Shelby, and, he had a hand in the design of that.
Oh, sure.
So, just look, see, he's doing this. That must be the Viper line.
I've never seen a line there through that section like that out of any other series I've ever done here.
Maybe that's the best way to do that in that car, but that's not a defensive line. If somebody sees that, they're going to try to go under him.
It's working for him.
Yeah. So behind Jody O'Donnell here. So that's our leader in Group 12. That's Wade Cole.
I do love the fact that the Vipers tend to belch a lot of flames.
Yeah, they put on a good show. Big, long hood.
And I love these coupes more than I do the Roadsters.
Big front splitter on that thing. Now John DeGainer, the first one behind him. And I love that camera angle. There's about 100 yards where the hill comes right at the camera. It's just a neat design of this track. Here we go. So this is our Group 8 cars and 12. That's Ron Pauly in that BMW. He joined us 2 weeks ago at Barber. And then one of your favorite cars, that Tom Linton Donahue car.
Yeah, it's a great looking car.
And Tom Linton's done almost all the events with us this year.
He sure did.
Right behind Pauly.
I think the only one I don't remember seeing him at was Sebring. I don't believe he was at Sebring.
Yeah. Lives in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
I think he started the year with us on the West Coast, didn't he? At Sonoma? Sonoma and then Laguna and then on from there.
Great shots here from camera operator at turn 1, basically looking in to see his hands in that Donahue tribute car.
Oh, that's our buddy Will out there. Where's Will? Will's a flat track motorcycle racer too.
Nice.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Good cameraman, good racer.
2 Toyotas in this group. We don't say that often, especially in Group 6, 8, and 12, but Peter Federlin is out there in the Toyota Supra, and then the Janet Guthrie Toyota Celica of Lisa Weinberger. The real Janet Guthrie, and I can't remember, the $1 Million Baby Girl, the actress, was supposed to play Janet Guthrie in a movie, and I haven't heard much about it.
Yeah.
There's Bob there in the 808 car. Bob, let me make sure I get this right because he told me how to say his name. Chautis with FPEC. And this is what we talked about. See that left at the bottom of 11. See how they open it up left for you to make a dive bomb move. And it's so tempting as any driver because it looks like the driver's giving you a gap. That's definitely not the fastest line, but it's hard to overcome that temptation if it looks like there's a gap in front of you. But there's that number 20, that Toyota Supra of Peter Federlin.
I don't know if the Janet Guthrie car is out there. Yeah.
It was at Grid, but I didn't see Lisa. But here is a crazy battle right here. That's John DeGainer in that Devon Evolution. He weighs, that car probably weighs
a lot less than the Corvette behind
pounds less than that Corvette. But that Corvette coming up right behind him with Claire Schwendeman in that small block Corvette. And it looks like Cole is getting right up behind Jody O'Donnell as they move around some of the Group 8 traffic.
I'm telling you, he might be taking some unique lines, but that car is quick. Look at that move up the inside, and Jody gave him the room and then cut back on him. Well, that's a pretty good fight right here. Pretty aggressive one, too, I might add.
Yeah, Jody O'Donnell is not one to back off from anything.
Hey, if he strapped up a helmet and played in the NFL, he ain't afraid of much.
No, so watch out, because we're going to have a good show here. Jody O'Donnell, Peter Kloot, Edward Zavajan, Scott Borchetta. When we had all of them out there in Corvettes, it was a show. You're missing out, Ralph, because it was so fun to watch.
I think that V10 is going to leg it out a little bit here down this long back straightaway. But look at the Vet come firing up.
I think Wade Cole is surprised by that as well.
Yeah, Joey got a little extra oomph in there the Viper wasn't planning on.
Now watch when he gets on the brakes, because the car, you see it shift. It goes from, it might go left 1 foot or it might go right 1 foot, and it's just driver has to guess which way it's going when you get hard on those brakes.
Now, Ben, was it turn 18 where the Viper's taking the very unique line? Let's see what happens.
It was between 15 and 16, right here.
Right here.
See that?
Oh, and Jody defended that. You see, Jody went wider. He must have known that he likes that line because he started to take it away from him.
It's like a pulling guard to Jody. He's got to block him as a tight end. As they come around here through this next-gen section, side by side, Ralph.
I mean, these two guys are really having a battle. And just when I would have thought, that, whoa, out of control goes the Viper. He got up on that curbing bend and around it went, but he got it turned around. In front of our TV compound.
Yep. And now Claire Schwindeman's got somebody between him and DeGainer. Now remember, Wade Cole, you're winning right now in Group 12. You're not fighting these cars. I know everybody wants to get in front of the cars, but that's not his fight. There's the Janet Guthrie car for you, Ralph.
And you know, that is such a cool piece of racing history. Janet obviously blazed a trail for so many women to come in motorsports. Big time professional motorsports. Everything she did at the Indianapolis 500. Really opened the door, Ben, for so many women to come.
The Kelly Girl, the NASCAR series, yeah, just everything. Trans Am, and also just a very great person to be around. She was our Grand Marshal at Sebring a few years ago.
Yeah.
And then I need to brag on Lisa that's driving the car, Weinberger. She has, I think you've probably seen them, the 50 high school students that are walking around the paddock that are here for trade school, and they're talking to all the different mechanics and crews. So Lisa is, you know, spreading this addiction that we all have to the next group of people. So we love that.
But, you know, this is a perfect example of how there's so many different ways to approach racing with SVRA, right? Yes, you can go buy yourself the big behemoth Corvette and go charging for the front of the thing. But then you get what Lisa's doing here and taking a true piece of motorsports history, bringing it back to life or keeping it alive for everybody to see and enjoy and experience. And I think that's every bit as cool as standing on the top step of the podium.
Oh, for sure. That car, that Celica really speaks to me. It's just a neat car, the history. She's been running that with us for quite a while. It's just a cool car.
Yeah, it's really neat.
The B sedan signature on the side, the BS.
Yeah.
The hand-painted Janet Guthrie on the door. It's a great car.
It really is.
Now here comes Jody O'Donnell. And I'm hearing that there is a car. Oh, there's my car, though. I like this number 71, the green. If you've seen that up close, go look at this thing up close.
Neat looking car.
And then what was the guy's name in Pretty in Pink that drove the red 944? The character's name? Surely our producers know that. It's Cam's favorite.
Everybody but Cam, because he's a Kia guy.
There's the Porsche 914. 6. Number 99. I'm trying to find that on the sheet. This is such a big sheet of drivers, though. It's hard to find. Lots of great groups. That's West there, Wigington in that number 71, Kermit the Frog, and then Rob Bellevue right behind him. And that's a Porsche 964 Cup car, Alan Benjamin. I think Pretty in Pink was a 944.
It was a 944, and it was Steph. Steph was the character played by James Spader.
No, James Spader was the bad guy.
Yeah, but it was his car.
No, it was the guy that she liked, that Molly Ringwald liked. That wasn't Ducky. Not Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles. I got you the wrong John Hughes movie. It's 16 Candles, isn't it? And what was the guy's name? He had a great name.
Well, John Hughes had a thing for Porsches and Audis and things like that in his movies.
And look at this Kermit the Frog. It is a beautiful car. Absolutely love that he brought that out. So Ralph was over there just diligently. It's not Jake? John Cusack. Jake Ryan.
Jake, and it was John Cusack.
No, John Cusack wasn't the character,
No,
but the
wasn't
guy,
John
he was prettier than John Cusack. Oh, but here comes our leaders. There goes Peter Kloot through this group of Porsches, and they're in their own race, ladies and gentlemen, so this is going to heat up here because our leaders are going to try to get through these the lap traffic, but they're in their own race. So in vintage racing, it is up to the overtaking driver to make a clean pass, and let's see if Matt Brabham can get around. Whew.
Matt's got a busy weekend here with us, doesn't he?
Yeah, Matt Brabham can drive these TA cars. He's fast in anything. You know, he drives those.
Is he getting a little wide there?
That's Rob Bellevue. He drives the stadium super trucks up in the air.
Yep.
Then he gets right into a Trans Am car, and he's just fast in whatever he wants to drive. So there
he is really good in those stadium super trucks.
There he is in Mike Donahue's.
The rear deck a little loose.
They leave it like that, I think, for just venting. But I got a funny story here, and I hope I've made Jeff Brabham mad before in the past with things that I've said on the broadcast, and I hate to, make him mad again. But Jeff Brabham drove this at Indy in V-Rock with us the year before Matt and finished second place in that car. Matt Brabham's car that he was supposed to be in, I think it broke or he didn't fit in it, so Jeff gave him that car. Matt won in that car. So when I interviewed him, Jeff said, well, I gave Matt the winning car. Like, he wouldn't have done it. And then Matt looked right at him on the mic and said, well, you didn't win in the same car last year. So it's just the Brabham competition, even father-son. It was on Father's Day. So it's just a really funny line that they're still really competitive with each other. And then last year we had David Brabham, Jeff Brabham, and Matt Brabham all in the same race. That was really cool to see. And we're going to see Jeff Brabham out here later with us in our Group 2 Formula B races.
That's a very, very competitive bunch right there. And when you get to that level of success, you find out how different they view competition than everybody else in the world, right? Everything is a competition.
Yeah, like the scene in Days of Thunder where they're both in wheelchairs and they start racing each other down the hospital hallway. That is true. That I've seen that with racers. They get in golf carts and they're racing,
Anything.
Here's Mark McAllier here in this blue Corvette coming through our view, and then Scott Shadle in this Camaro. And that number 36, he's been with us quite a few times this year. Corda in that beautiful fastback Mustang.
Tell you some of the wildest races I've ever seen or been a part of, Ben, were post-race at a NASCAR event with everybody headed to the local airport to get out. The rental car race to the local airport is just incredible. All right, white flag is out, 1 to go.
There's Bill Skillman in that beautiful Porsche. He's been with us quite a bit. He's running with RaySkillmanCars.com out of Central Indiana, and a big sponsor of Eric Caton, running in the TA2, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. And Shadle really going after it here with Victor Corda. And then you got Bumblebee just behind them. Mark Hannafin. This is the Cube 3 Stadium section, and this is where it gets real technical. Many different lines to go through here, as we've seen with that Viper.
As you can see from the black marks. Some of them work and some of them don't.
The Viper one, it seems to work for him, but I can't figure out why.
Seat of the pants.
Wes and the Kermit the Frog car. You need to see that car up close. Beautiful, beautiful. Green Porsche 911T.
Many, many, many years. That was a no, you can't do that. Green was not a color you were allowed to have in the pit area.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
Superstitious. It became it was one of those situations where a couple of drivers had tragic crashes in green race cars, and it became a thing.
Well, hopefully Wes can break that streak.
Oh, it's gone away, but for many years that was a no-no.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Couldn't bring peanuts into the pit area, too.
Really?
Yep.
It's not like racers aren't superstitious, are they?
Dale Earnhardt Sr. was all about no $50 bills.
Here we go.
Checkered flag. There we go. Clute taking the win. Brabham's going to hold on for second. So Matt Brabham right there will finish second in the Roadster. Here comes the rest of the field making their way to the final couple of corners.
Here comes Wade Cole right behind. So you got Bill Skillman in the Porsche, then John DeGainer, Claire Schwindeman, and
here comes
Cole.
the Viper making a run, not going to make it, just short.
Man, you're short.
But I believe he got around the Porsche, didn't he?
Yes. But the Porsche is a Group 8 car.
Yeah.
So here it comes. There's Bob Caudle in that beautiful black Corvette. Hildebrandt. Larry Lunda in that Porsche 9146. There's your Greenwood.
Yeah. He finished.
Look at just the diversity in these cars right here. And that's just, not even 10% of the field.
It's my favorite category. Multiple categories, obviously, but favorite grouping for the weekend.
Hi-ho. Hi-ho. I can't do a Kermit the Frog. Kermit the Frog here. But Animal was one of my biggest drum
Everybody loved
influences.
Animal.
Like, that's why I started playing the drums. I love how they painted the runoff here. I like that the modern Formula One tracks have done that, and they paint the runoffs to give decorations. But here are our SVRA Group 6, 8, 12 sprint race. This ends the championship for SVRA Group 6, 8, and 12 because tomorrow is all about the national championship. So the season championship is now over for this group. We've got Peter Clute finished first, Matt Brabham second, Jody O'Donnell third, John DeGainer fourth. John DeGainer's been with us a lot this season. Claire Schwindeman fifth, Wade Cole sixth, Mark Hildebrandt, Bob Caudle, John Anderson, and Michael Gertz in that red Viper, maroon Viper. Looks like Janet Guthrie stuck there on the side of the road.
Oh.
Lisa Weinberger car. Now, this is where you can really see how difficult this section is.
Yeah.
All the angles. And like I said, that's not a true right angle turn there at turn 12. It's a little bit more acute than that. And that throws a lot of drivers off. Now I need to go talk to Wade Cole and get an explanation for that triangle line that he runs there. Or maybe somebody in our comment section, if you're joining us in comments on Speed Tour TV, maybe you have some insight as to why he's running that line.
This is a Herman Tilke designed circuit. And of course, he has designed many, many racetracks. A renowned German engineer and architect. He's done many of the modern Formula One tracks around the world, including this one here. Big shout out to Mr. Gonzalez and the folks at Mission Foods for being a part of the Mission Foods Speed Tour all season long, but specifically here this weekend in Austin, Texas, and Circuit of the Americas. Greatly appreciate their support of SVRA, the Speed Tour, Trans Am. Been a big part of us being able to bring it all to you, the race fans across the country.
And he asked, he said, do I have to say driver start your engines? And I said, I don't think so.
It wouldn't be right if you didn't
event.
say it the way he did.
Yeah, it's your event. Say whatever you want to say. So I love it. Drivers eat more mission chips.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And remember, everything fits in a taco.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're going to come right back. We'll have some more great racing action for you from Circuit of the Americas right after these words.
Rev Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
You have more important things to worry about than your underwear.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Back here at Circuit of the Americas, flying our drone high up above the pit straight here.
Some great drone shots. I'm going to dare him to go under that bridge in the stadium section, see what he does. Lots of great fans around. We had a great fan walk at the last one. We're starting out here with 5, 7, 11, and PSSA. You can come out here and run these go-karts. John Kerry was telling me they did the go-karts the other night, and he was super sore the next day.
Yeah, our crew did it. I heard there was a lot of cheating going on out there. Apparently the slowest guy in the field was Cam, and Will was right behind him.
You know, if you drive Kias, that's
what you're going to get, right?
You can see that guy, the white helmet, though, is doing pretty good. Come on, white helmet.
Guy behind is thinking, I'm going to turn him. It's just a matter of where.
But yeah, that it looks like a bunch of fun.
Neat layout for the track here.
Go-karting. And then there is the Lone Star State flag. We are in the Republic of Texas.
Wonder where the biggest Texas flag is. It's obviously here somewhere in the state, Texas, on display. I just don't know where it's flying. Do you?
No. I'd be surprised if it wasn't in Dallas.
Well, it's a question of just where in Dallas, right? Let's see if we can figure that out. Maybe somebody can tell us. I mean, you would think Texas Motor Speedway is the kind of thing that Eddie Gossage would have done back in the day. He did put up the biggest TV. Guess where it is, Ben?
They told me.
University of Texas, right down the street. Figured it was somewhere around here, right?
The other UT. So we've got, this is Group 5, 7, 11, and PSSA. We've got Keith Freezer in a Zytec GZ09SC LMP1. Second place is Jim Cope in a Elan DPO2. Joel Quadracci is an Orica 03 with quad graphics. Judd Miller in that Radical SR10. Thomas Melendrez in a Ligier P315. John Ulmer in a Revolution Evo. That's our second PSSA. Nicholas D'Orlando in a Dallara EXP. Zach Mosley in PSSA in a Revolution A1R. Nathan Duckles in a Revolution. Ron Fletcher in a Revolution. Then Mark Brannon in a Group 11 Elan DPO2. Steven Zinger in a Revolution 427. John McAleer in a Revolution 500. Elvis Stoico in a Revolution 500. Palmer Miller in a Radical SR3. Rafe Baskin in a Radical SR3. Jack Donnellan in a Carbier SR P2 2.liter. Philip Lee in a PS2 Radical. Keith Taylor starting 19th in a Radical SR3. Michael Earhart in a Ginetta G57. Sean Monnett in a Radical SR3. Paul Reed in a Revolution 500 SC starting 22nd. James French is the first of the rushes, and these cars are very cool. He is starting 23rd. Then Philip Lewis in a Radical SR3. Matt Evans in a Raw Rush SR. Nathan Thompson in a Lotus 23C, Group 7. Hassan Ahmed in a Rush SR. Stephen Lisa in a Norman. James Dennison in a Revolution 427. John Robinson in a Raw Rush SR. Brian Tompkins in a Rush SR. Sheldon Rosenbaum in a Rush SR. Michael Neff in a Rush SR. Mark S. Clark in a Swift DB5. And Larry Brady in a Rush SR. Let's see if I can get through them. Weston Gardner starting 36 in a Rush SR. Tom Grena in a Arelco Can-Am. J.D. Kroll in a Rush SR. Starting 39th is Stephen Coyne in a Swift DB2. Joshua Tatum in a Revolution 500. Alan Niebuhr in a Rush SR. Starting 43rd is Tony Lisa in a Norma. Mark Hannafin starting 4th in that Nuart Can-Am car. And Bill Lesueur in a Rush SR starting 45th. 45 cars, Ralph. That's the first time we've seen that many this season.
It is a huge field. Biggest one we've seen all year in any category, I think.
Now, I did get an email from Scott Donahue from Rush. The Rush SR is manufactured in Houston, Texas at the company's dedicated facility. It was developed to fill a unique space in the motorsports world, offering a car that can serve as an accessible entry point into purpose-built race cars while still providing performance and feedback expected in more advanced categories. And for my money, that looks like the most fun racing out there. I watch them on Grid Life. It just looks like they have a blast.
Yeah.
So those are those little kind of prototype looking cars that are in the back that have halos on them. Those are the Rushes. And we've had a few of them join us. They had a bunch of them here last year, so welcome aboard. And we're at 45 cars. Leave us a comment if you know anything about the cars or drivers here in this group. Now, we saw James French, our fastest vintage driver, because he drives those Benettons.
Yeah.
And Jordan's out there with us at Road America. But here they come.
Ready to open them up as they charge up the hill, looking for the green flag. Right side of your screen, driver's left. Should be coming up in here. There we go.
So Joe Quadracci in that white and green coming up the inside on Keith Freezer.
Oh, and he locked it up right at the top of Mission Foods turn number 1.
And that really hurt Jim Cope in that Elan DPO2. Now here come those Rushes. Look at that. That just looks like so much fun as they come through the Mission S's. So a lot of prototype cars in this group. There's our Dallara EXP. Some of these Revolutions with PSSA. Some sports racers. That was not a total eclipse. There's that Elan DPO2. Those are really quick, nimble cars. A little bit more nimble than Quadracci's prototype in front, but not quite the grunt. Dallara Revolution.
Wide.
No, don't do that,
Yikes.
guys. That was a moment, Ralph.
Yeah, down there, turn 10.
And like I said, the temptation to see the track open up like that, like there's a gap, but that gap quickly closes at the apex. So the Revolutions, what I've learned a little bit from Jason is that if they have that kind of bent reverse dihedral wing in the back, those are the regular Revolutions, and the Evos have the straight wing. But look at these Rushes coming up front. I think that's James French. And that Ligier. I like those Ligiers. We had one with us at VIR, I believe.
Man, that's a big field.
Yeah. Great shot there from the tower. Here comes Joel Quadracci and that monster. He is in an Orica 03. There it is. With quad graphics.
Have you been to the top of the tower there, the observation deck?
It's a really cool view. If you can get up there, you need to do it. And there's our Dallara EXP fighting with another DPO2. Judd Miller in that Radical SR10 keeping up with these big prototypes. It's pretty impressive from Judd. I'm not familiar with the Zytec GZ. Maybe somebody in our comment section can inform us on that.
P1 car, right?
Yeah, and 49 Bloomquist is saying we need an official IMSA race here because the prototypes go crazy. This, I agree with that. The prototypes here are very good. This is a great prototype race.
Well, you do get a WEC race here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be great to see it on the IMSA calendar. I don't know if there's some sort of one or the other kind of ruling on that from WEC.
I don't know. This isn't a NASCAR-owned track. Here comes Quadracci around Jim Cope with that Elan DPO2. He should have the grunt on this back straight, but now watch that DPO2 because he's a little bit more nimble. The car can rotate a little bit better than Quadracci's, so he might be able to catch him here. See him out braking. Great shots from the tower. Got a little bit squirrely there. And look at the line that they do here. They do what I'd call a regular line, not like what we saw in the last race. And now Quadracci should be able to take off and try to give Keith Freezer a run for his money. Come around the next gen section, turn 19.
So this high-tech that we're looking at here was an LMP1 car built as a Le Mans prototype by Zytec Engineering and Ginetta. And it's an updated version of the Zytec 07S. It's got a carbon fiber monocoque chassis, 4.5-liter naturally aspirated V8 engine. It produces about 635 horsepower, and it was designed to comply, of course, with the 2009 LMP regulations.
Remember when we were at Indy, the Ginetta guy joined us in the booth and said that Ginetta was racing at Le Mans that weekend. So I wonder if it was something like that, because he said it was a prototype Ginetta. Here we go, Quadracci closing the gap a little bit, and here what I consider one of the most difficult sections of the track right here. There's a big elevation change, 2 blind corners in a road where you can't really see the apex, especially sitting down that low. Then you got to carry the speed, and if you have the cojones, carry the speed through this turn, coming into 11, and you got to set yourself up very well here because you got a long drag race down to 12. Here we go. This is what I want to see, these rushes. Look at this.
Look at them all.
Hassan Ahmed in that Rush SR, the pink. That, Ralph, that just looks like fun to me.
It does. And you didn't set us up for that either, did you?
I like that. You know, I grew up with Rush being one of my favorite bands, and now they're one of my favorite cars.
You're going to get to see them again.
Yeah, I saw that.
2 out of the 3.
Yeah. Let me say I like that pink one.
They do look like a lot of fun. And that is not a McLaren at the front of the group. It started life as a New Art design car, and it's been heavily modified and updated. So it still has the bones of the New Art to it, but
it does look like a M8F.
Sure
McLaren
does.
To me, but Brian Tompkins just made that thing that I was warning people against from working there at 11 and made that far left. He's the number 25, passed 2 cars in it. Now he's got the Norma on the inside with Lisa. Whew. That Norma is not a big car, and it looks giant out there compared to them.
Yeah.
Now, this is kind of a handling versus horsepower show here. Look at the handling of these things.
The Norma's under heavy attack. Lost 4 spots there.
He's got a swarm of bees around him. So look at them just handle that stadium section through there, and then trying to make it work now through the carousel, the Matthew McConaughey section. Yeah, so Rush, if you're watching this or listening, Ralph and I would love to come down to Houston and test these things out so we can give firsthand knowledge to our viewers of how much fun these things are to drive.
It would specifically be a work trip.
I like the Sunoco Rush behind Ahmed. I want to see who that is. Can't see, but it looks like James French is still the leader in the Rush class.
Boy, that's got to be a little different than that Formula One car he's used to running, huh?
Yeah. Here they come. Here comes that big New Art McLaren, and then one of the Lisas and their Norma, and there's a Revolution, and then here comes this train of Rushes with another Lisa and a Norma. Ooh! Ahmed getting a little squirrely there in the Pepto-Bismol pink car.
The big Can-Am machine under attack. Until he gets to the straightaway, right?
Yeah. I spoke to Evan Pecor, who has a bunch of these Rushes in his shop up in the Wisconsin, Minneapolis area. And he used to run in TA2 with us and just loves this platform. Very easy to work on. The parts are readily available. They can get to you the next day. The factory is in Houston, and these are purpose-built race cars. They have run a great series in Grid Life. Looks like a ton of fun. I love when they come out here with us, especially in such a big group. But very cost-effective and obviously competitive way to go racing. That's Steve and Lisa there, and that Norma that just stays between them.
Well, a transporter full of those things might include about 25 cars.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. Yeah, or if you have a regular 2-car garage, you can fit 4 rushes in there.
Yeah, no problem.
We have the B-52s and Devo here tonight at that amphitheater there at your left of the screen. 2 legends. Ahmed coming on the inside here.
Ahmed was, way wide.
Now Lisa's got to pass him back in that Norma.
Gonna get them both.
Look at this draft.
2 rushes together like that is almost as big as a regular car.
That's Michael Neff there behind the pink car of Hassan Ahmed. Then we saw Mark Clark out there in that Porsche liveried Swift DB5. Just behind this group of rushes. Jenny from Bangkok has joined us in the comment section.
Wow. How's everything in Bangkok today?
And then the Rush SR, according to the Mustang Kid, is about $50,000 new. That's a very good price for purpose-built race cars, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of smiles per mile. Now, who's in that 07 Rapscallion car?
And Tom Grunna drives that orange car that started life as a new art. Now they call it a Relco Can-Am. And I was in the paddock talking with Tom earlier in the weekend, and Relco is a group that he was friends with in the past, so they kind of carried that name over to carry the tradition, since it's not really much new art left on the car.
Well, there's Rafe Baskin in the number 10, followed by Palmer Miller in that Lone Star State liveried Radical. This is quite a battle here with these Radicals. Coming into turn 2.
You know, Ben, you think of prototype racing and immediately think, oh boy, that's expensive, that's difficult, I'm going to need a whole bunch of people to help me do that, it's going to be a very challenging way to go racing. But nowadays, with things like the Radicals and the Revolutions and the Rushes, there's a lot of very affordable, easy to work on styles of cars that you can purchase and go prototype racing with.
Yeah.
I think more so now than ever.
Radical, I feel like, used to be the answer, but I think these Rushes now might be kind of coming in and taking over for that. As you see a car off there at driver's left, not sure who that is, but he's in a safe space. And then there's Philip Lee right behind these two in that Radical SR3. Gary Gray, if you're watching, I miss having you here out in your Radical, but you would have had some fun here, but it was great having you at Barber. There's another DP02. 88.
They're really slipping and sliding those things around.
The suspension geometry of a Rush uses a double wishbone layout with adjustable shocks mounted to a tubular chassis built from Docal R8 chromoly steel for strength and rigidity. It's a lightweight, mechanically straightforward, and serviceable platform for both developing drivers and experienced racers looking for reliable track performance. I like this platform. go through. There's Lisa. Now, I know that we had a Pantera with us this year. They have a beautiful white Pantera with the patented team of the Lisas that they run out west with us, and it is a really well-developed car. I've seen a local yellow here at 1516, but don't see what it's for. There it is. That Ligier there. LMP3 looking car, but this has been the battle. This Pepto-Bismol car has given the other driver heartburn, indigestion. What's the song?
I don't know, but I got a feeling you're going to sing it.
There's a whole Pepto-Bismol song that I should know. It's a good jingle.
I think you missed your calling as a jingle writer.
Maybe. Here comes Lisa now with the power. Just trying to get around these cars. This has got to be so frustrating.
Oh boy. The thing I've noticed about these rushes, Ben, is that a lot of times you see these smaller cars, obviously don't have a ton of horsepower built into them usually, and so they tend to kind of lazily get up off of a corner. But these rushes really seem to accelerate quickly.
Yeah. So it looks like he got around Ahmed. I can't figure out who that is. Can't see the number on that white rush. But here comes the leader here. And the number 20, that is Keith Freezer. So Quadracci should be coming behind. And now this is where it gets squirrely, ladies and gentlemen, because these rushes are in their own battle. And it's up to the overtaking drivers like Quadracci to go through these 4 rushes and safely make an overtake.
Great world champion Nigel Mansell and his kids actually raced a Zytek at Le Mans one year. Ended up having a punctured tire and crashing out early.
Still can't see the number on that white rush.
Oops.
Oh, gosh, that's dangerous there, 5-4. You don't come backwards across the track like that. Paul Reed, the Revolution. We've got a white flag next time by. Nathan Thompson in this beautiful Lotus 23C in the Ragogo blue. That's a monster car.
What did you call that color blue?
Ragogo Racing Blue. It looks kind of like Grabber Blue, but they paint all their colors that. It's one of the racing teams. But look, white flag out on the number 20. Paul Reed is hopefully getting out of the way there. And now Quadracci trying to track him down. So last lap on our leader, Keith Freezer. And again, this is Group 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. And then inside PSSA, there's 2 or 3 different classes. That's the Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook Tires. This will be the end of their championship. And the winner, I think, receives $10,000 cash. So Freezer trying to get by, but not doing anything to disrupt his race because he's got a good gap between he and Quadracci. That's a good-looking prototype.
It sure is.
The Estonia landscaping car of James Dennison in the Revolution 427. Somebody's asking if Philip Lewis is still with us. He's here. I saw him in driver's meeting. I'm not sure. I don't see his car out there. He should be out there in a Radical.
He's entered.
Yeah. But I don't see
car
him out there.
17A. Started the race 24th if he took the green.
So here comes our leader. Just a few more corners. The Matthew McConaughey section left. It's Keith Freezer.
Big prototype making its way down through the final couple of corners. Out of 19 over to 20. Checker flag awaits Keith Freezer in that beautiful Zytec GZ09 SC LMP1 machine.
Great racing. Wicker Bill is telling us this is a fun mix of cars. Don't think I've seen this many classes of prototypes in one race before. I'd have to agree with that. I have not.
Yeah.
I love the DPO2s. Those are just beautiful cars. Now, where is James French in the first rush? So there's the LMP3. Here's a Revolution, the Black Revolution. There's Mark Clark in that Porsche liveried. Then there's the Dallara EXP. There goes our Pepto-Bismol rush. Good pull back here. You can see pit lane and the big hill they have to climb up Mission Foods turn 1. Still not seeing French across the line. Here's a great radical battle here. So Zinger, Miller, and Baskin. There's Lee. And it should be Taylor, and then French will be the first of our rushes unless Thompson was able to get him. Here we go. Let's see if it's... I don't think that's French's car. Not sure what happened. That might be French. Here it is. Yeah, here's French, I think. Yeah, that should have been French. I'm not seeing it tick on my timer, though.
And there it goes.
That was a fun race. I like having these rushes out there because they make it a little bit difficult because they are very good at the places that the big prototypes aren't, and vice versa.
Definitely made it interesting.
Oh, they're saying, I'm getting yelled at here, the gold color is telling me it's not Pepto, it's lavender. That is the right color. I don't know. It's kind of Pepto-Bismol pink, but, you know, we can agree to disagree.
Well, and our monitors aren't exactly spot on with the color.
Nobody told me the jingle for Pepto-Bismol, though.
Here's a look at the results one more time. Although Ben expertly called them all across the line.
So Keith Freezer, Joel Quadracci, and Jim Cope. That's our top 3. Look at this facility here.
And with that checkered flag falling, we'll take a quick break, but we're coming back with a lot more great SVRA action coming your way from Circuit of the Americas.
and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good look at beautiful downtown Austin, Texas there. Some folks have ventured up to the top of the observation deck.
Let's see if they can get us. Let's see if they can wave to us. Come on, drone. Let's see if we can get those people to wave to us up in the tower. That's a great shot, though, as he sweeps across just very slowly. Look at all the cranes of this building city of Austin, Texas. SVRA Group 10, Ralph, and this is going to be quite a race, although I don't see Rich Marziali out there, but Manuel Gil de Real is out there in front. We saw him out west with us in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Then David Furstand in a Chevrolet Corvette. Robert Kapkowski in a Howe Mustang TA2. Brian Carrick in a Chevrolet Camaro. Dave Keister, surely it's not Keister, in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. CJ Cram in a Chevrolet Camaro. Walt Brown Jr. in the Pink Panther car, not Pepto-Bismol pink, but the Owens Corning Pink Panther car. Alan Davison in his Ford Mustang TA2. Walter Reed in a Howe TA2. Michael Earhart in a Porsche GT3. And Stephen Thomas in a Porsche Cayman. Then we have front row Joe Nemechek holding pole like he's front row in the stock car group with Scott Hawley, Claire Schwindeman, Patrick Womack, Kurt Vogt, Chris Stillwell, Samuel Lecomte, Stephen Keneally, Christopher Evans, Gary Moore, Scott Dolphy, Buzz McCall, Victor Corder, Donnie Strickland, Carlos Gant, Steve Beck, Rodney Reston, and Salvador Santalucicito. That is our stock car group split start. So here we go, Ralph.
Great to see Buzz McCall back out here, by the way.
Yeah.
Saw him in the garage area the other day. Here we go. First wave coming to the green. There it is. Who's going to be the first one to Mission Foods? Turn number 1. And well, the Porsche.
Now here comes the stock car group. So that's front row Joe there in the black car. Scott Hawley in that Dodge Charger. Is that a Rusty Wallace car?
It is.
Then we've got Tony Stewart back there of Claire Schwindeman. Patrick Womack in that first Chevy Silverado. So there's front row Joe Nemechek in that number 47 Toyota. And then Patrick Womack in that Chevy Silverado. Patrick Womack, one of our sponsors, marketing partners with WeatherTech. So I'm sure, just like my Chevy Silverado that I drove here, he's got a cup phone in the cup holder. I do love my cup phone.
Do you?
Yeah, I use it every day. Then right behind him is Tony Stewart car of Claire Schwindeman, who we saw in the Group 6 race.
And a lot of these cars are maintained, prepped by Joe Nemechek and his group. I'll tell you, that is a real Tony Stewart car, too. As we've seen over the course of the year, Ben, sometimes it's a tribute car, sometimes it's just painted that way because the owner, driver likes that particular livery, what have you.
But we've got
that's a real Kevin Harvick car.
Mark Martin just made a pass on Tony Stewart, and Kevin Harvick right behind him. And this is the real Joe Nemechek. Like, that's not,
that's real Joe.
That's not really Mark Martin in the Kurt Vogt car there, the number 6, or Tony Stewart, but Joe Nemechek is out here with us.
That is a real cool helicopter.
Speaking of Joe Nemechek and Go Army, look at that Blackhawk right there.
Thank you to those folks.
Totally different Cup car racing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ralph, sorry I stepped on you, but big shout out to our military. Ooh, Walter Brown coming up in that Pink Panther car.
Walt's had a lot of laps in that car.
Just one of my favorite of our vintage racers. Always has a big smile on his face, has a ton of fun out here. Love seeing him out here. Now he's with that 0.5.
He's got company on the inside, but Walt's going to cross over on him.
And that little red Corvette. I said Owens Corning, but is the Pink Panther insulation, is that DuPont or Corning? I thought it was Corning. Okay, I saw a DuPont sticker back there. That car has some Trans Am history and some GT1 history. I was talking to Chris over at Aerolane about that car. You can see the Pink Panther on the side of it.
Walt's raced that car for a long time.
And he's got, I believe it's Brown Autos or Brown Car Collection out in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. Really great place.
So I first got to know Walt was when I was doing Barrett Jackson auctions back in the Fox Speed Channel days, and Walt was always there buying and selling cars.
CJ Cram in that 04 Chevrolet Camaro TA2 car. Yeah, Walt Brown, just one of the most likable people. One of the most approachable, likable people.
Yeah.
So it's great to have him here. Love seeing it. There's Pink Panther. One of the greatest musical soundtracks of any cartoon ever. The Peanuts was always really good, too.
Peanuts is great.
Whoever played drums in those Peanuts songs is absolutely amazing. Still, I haven't seen anybody do the line like that Viper. I gotta figure out what he knows.
I really don't think you're gonna.
But he's got to know something. This is his home track. He knows something that I don't.
And I'm trying to think back to all the other racing series that I've seen compete here, and I don't remember seeing anybody take a line like that here.
Manuel Gildereal and Rich Marzial, who we saw in that AMG GT3. He's not out there, but we saw him at International GT, and I know Rich doesn't like to race on Sundays because he's a Latter-day Saints, and he went out there one time, I think he said, or almost did on Sunday, and just didn't feel right, so he doesn't like to race on Sunday, so I hope he gets the car working so he can come out there with us. There's the 58 TA2 car. Then we've got Joe Nemechek right behind him.
Catching him up.
Front row Joe Nemechek. I was joking with him at Indy a few years ago with Scott Hawley, and I was like, you were front row Joe in your professional career, but in your vintage career, you should be back row Joe, and we should, just to make a show of it, we should make him start from the back every time.
I'm sure he was all for that, right?
Yeah. Once a racer, always. He's like,
yeah, he's like not happening.
Yeah. Well, I asked Juan Gonzalez, another racer, and we had this happen to us, remember, with Andy Lally in the booth. What's your favorite car? And Juan just picked he just pointed to me and said the fastest. Didn't even think about it.
No.
That's the 58 of Walter Reed. You see Trump on the back of Joe Nemechek's car, and Trump's closest hospital is the Walter Reed Hospital. Here he comes up right behind Walt Brown. As just a motorsports fan, it's got to be cool to look in your rearview mirror and see a legend like Joe Nemechek coming up on you.
Oh, yeah.
Today I was driving through the paddock on my motorcycle, and I made a legitimate pass on Jeff Bradley. It felt good. He was on a Razor scooter. It wasn't a fair fight, but I did pass him. Here we go. Joe Nemechek.
Did you give him a little bump as you went by?
No, but and he would have no recollection of it. But in my mind, I'm like, I just passed Jeff Brabham.
Right.
Here he comes, Joe Nemechek. Got a big gap in the stock car, but no, look, is that Rusty Wallace behind him?
Looks like a Wallace car. Could be a Kurt Busch car, but I'm guessing it's probably Rusty.
Okay, so that's Scott Hawley in the Rusty Wallace car. Scott Hawley is a big Rusty Wallace fan, too.
And I'll tell you what, if you got to know Rusty, it's hard not to be a fan of Rusty. That's a fun guy.
It seems like it.
Great racing family.
Now here comes Pat Womack with WeatherTech.
Although I got to tell you, that's my least favorite era. The front ends on the Charger there. Did not like that at all.
Yeah, we have Ford Martin in the booth with us. Ford, if you want to jump on a headset, and that way you can kind of practice. But, you know, the son of Gil Martin, you had to have grown up around these stock cars that we're seeing out there.
That's why I'm looking at him and joking with him about the front. You like the front of that Charger?
I was always a fan of them, yeah.
You must have been about 5 when that car was racing.
Yeah, I really wasn't able to grow up in a lot of the
early 90s?
Early 90s cars, but it's what I grew up with, and I was always a fan of it. But I love the Carl Edwards car, the Fastenal Ford.
Mm-hmm.
I love those Xfinity Series bodies they had.
Yeah.
Or I guess it was the Nationwide.
Nationwide then, yeah.
So Ford Martin is going to do the call with us in the Trans Am races this weekend. But Ford, you grew up around this because your dad is Gil Martin, and he was crewing Ford, crew chief for who?
Harv.
It was a collection of drivers. I mean, I know he went back and forth between the Xfinity shop and the Cup Series shop a lot, but I mean, I want to say you've had Clint Boyer, I know he worked with Casey Mears, Kevin Harvick,
too, right?
Kevin Harvick for a long time.
Wasn't this 29 one of the ones that he would have worked on?
It was back and forth. I think it was during the first stint because it was Todd Berrier that was crew chief and Kevin Harvick and the Goodwrench Chevrolet, and then eventually made his way because my dad had a win with Kevin. His first one was at Chicago in 2002 with the other style Goodwrench car before they moved to the new the black and silver one.
Yeah.
You saw that other Chevy Silverado out there. That's by Dolphy is racing. That's Scott Dolphy, another one of our former NFL competitors. So I count 3 former NFL competitors here in the paddock this weekend. And then who is in the number 43? Christopher Evans. Oh, and that makes sense because he's with Petty Garages.
And had your career gone the way it would have been, you would have been another NFL star.
Oh, yeah.
How that didn't happen.
Yeah. I was a kicker and tight end in high school.
Did you get any D1 offers?
No.
No? D2? Not FCS? Anything?
No. I went to school for jazz music. So here we go. There's Patrick Womack coming up right behind Kurt Vogt, I think, in that Mark Martin car. And Patrick Womack, like I said, the president of WeatherTech, or at least he was last time he raced with us. So we love having him come out here.
Such a great shot right there just coming through. And see with some of the fans coming over from that parking lot to the infield. And they kind of sit there right in the middle. They have a great shot of watching these cars go through the S's. And just coming to this racetrack is just, it's so beautiful. You see it coming from the Austin airport, which is about 13 minutes away. And you can see the facility. And it always puts on it's just a great backdrop for anything here.
I love seeing this. I grew up this era of NASCAR, so seeing Mark Martin, who was always good at everything. You know, he was just one of those drivers that short track, big mega speedways, and then the road courses could just drive a little bit of everything.
Obviously, not too long ago had F1 here, but a few weeks ago, Max Verstappen getting his 4th win here at COTA. Not too long ago, from the stand, still up there from that big F1 race not too long ago.
Yeah, the drivers' names are still on the garages. Here we go, the number 47, Kurt Vogt. We've talked a lot about him with Cobra Automotive, but also the Shelby Club of America president and a model railroad collector enthusiast.
Really?
Yeah, big model railroad collector. Not sure which scale. He raced in the TA2 series with us a few years ago, but raced in Trans Am in the 90s. And look at this. He and Patrick Womack are going at it.
Rod Stewart's all into that, too. Model trains.
Is he?
Yeah. Huge.
See if he makes his move going up here. That big elevation change into one. Stay right there and back in line. It's a great shot watching all these drivers come through here. And just, I was out there on the grid just a moments ago, and you could just hear on that first start of the race just the roar of the engines just going down the straightaway. That was a special moment just to see all that right there. A couple of the roller coasters are starting to. Are they taking it down? Was it just for F1? Or
No,
was it,
no, they're going to be permanent. Yeah. It's crazy.
This facility just has about everything here.
Now, Ford, just looking at this from the little bit I know of racing, it looks like the stock cars have such an aero advantage of the truck, but how's Dolphy able to keep up? What is there just really not a huge difference?
It depends, but there's really not too much of a difference. Now, my father might be a crew chief, so I might not have as much of the car knowledge as much as my father does, but it should be a little bit
more about cars than we know.
You're exactly right on that, but it looks like right here, I mean, as far as he's been able to suck up pretty well to it, but just not able to complete the pass right there.
So that's Chris Stillwell in that number 22. Is that a discount tire car? Who would that be, Ralph?
That would probably be a Logano car.
And then how about the Cat car, the Caterpillar car?
Oh, wow. That's
Buzz McCall
that
driving that. But who would that have been?
Ward, right?
Ward Burton?
Ward.
Or Marbles Ward Burton? Yeah, I got to meet him at VIR. Great guy.
Ben, I wanted you to see this section right here. If we can get our camera to pan back to the left. Here he goes. Thank you for playing with us. A little further. We'll look up right up there. Especially with these stock cars coming out of that turn up at the top of the hill there. You'll see a lot of drifting with these Cup cars coming through there. They can really slide the car through there. Not the Porsche Cup cars, but the NASCAR Cup cars can really slide that car through there.
See, is that a double yellow?
Oh yeah.
No.
Full Porsche yellow.
Well, Ford Googled it, and he said, was it David Green?
David Green.
Okay.
David Green in that particular one.
And 1998.
Yeah, but Ward won Daytona in a Cat car, right?
Correct, yes. I want to say it was 2002.
There's
at Daytona.
Gary Moore in that number 12. Not sure who that would have been. A Richard Petty looking car. 2 of Scott Hawley should be Rusty Wallace. But who would this car be here with Gary Moore, the number 12?
Oh, that was the horse. Was that Skinner? I think that was Mike Skinner. Was the horse.
Gunslinger Mike Skinner?
Yeah, but I want to say it was a
I love Mike Skinner. And I met Mike Skinner not as a race car driver, just as a person in our paddock.
Equine was a for horses, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Mike and Angie Skinner are some of my favorite people that come to our paddock about once or twice a year.
Had to do with horse, yeah. Equestrian riding clothing.
Now, I never got to see Carlos Gant.
The 58 is a car that's off. That's Walter Reed, that Howe chassis car.
I'm missing the Bill Elliott car of Carlos Gant, the number 9 red. My favorite of the stock cars, my favorite era of the stock cars. And I hope he's out there because it's he and Joe Nemechek and Scott Hawley have kind of built this whole vintage stock car group. And, man, they put on quite a show. And I don't know if you've gotten to see some of the shows, but they race with NASCAR at Watkins Glen. There it is. Look at that.
Yeah, that's, to me, that's a proper stock car.
Yeah. Ralph, I'm going to put you on the spot, and you may never work in this business again. But if you
There's
and
a lot
Ford,
of reasons why I shouldn't work in this business again.
If you guys, what would be your Mount Rushmore of NASCAR?
Big E, Gordon. Man, it gets tough because, you know, you got to
put one of the first guys in there though, like a
King.
Okay.
King.
And who's the other? Junior Johnson?
Well,
maybe.
No.
You put the King at 200 wins.
No,
or something.
see, I would have put. I mean, the temptation is to throw David Pearson up there as well. Because, see, the problem is you only get 4, right?
Yeah.
So,
now, if Joe Nemechek's sponsor has any say, there's going to be 5 on Mount Rushmore here soon.
Yeah, no, I would say you go Dale Sr., I think you go Jeff. Yeah, and then I'm going to go the King and David Pearson. What about you, Ford?
I am going to go with Pearson, Earnhardt, Petty, and I'm going to go JJ, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, he's got.
I think based on now, look, I know
4.
I'm younger, and I know he said 7 championships, but I thought he won in multiple different playoff formats. And I know it's kind of a hot topic right now.
It's a very hot topic.
Yes,
because
it
if
is.
you change the points around,
Checkered
Jeff's
flag.
got 7 and Jimmy doesn't.
That's right, yeah.
Checkered flag.
Checker flag.
So neither one of you said Bill Elliott. I'm surprised by that.
Now, I would definitely put in my top, 6 to 7. But I think when you talk about Mount Rushmore and being your top 4, I feel like you've got to be with those 4 right there.
I mean, I
Bill Elliott, I'll give you Ford's text number. You can text him and bless him out for me.
It's hard. I mean, you start thinking of so many greats, Bobby Allison and Cale and
I wonder, have they ever done that on a big rain delay? Ask the current NASCAR drivers who they would. I think you might, between all the current drivers, I think you'd probably still get 25 different answers.
You know what? If you ask the current guys, like the guys who are going to be racing tomorrow at Phoenix, there's a lot of guys over there that probably don't know the history.
So they might not even
Cales.
know David Pearson or something.
Might not. I'll tell you one story about that I can tell you. I was walking in the garage area once with Buddy Baker and David Pearson. Buddy and I were working on the CBS broadcast of the Daytona 500 that year. And the fans came running like crazy, looking for an autograph. They all ran to Buddy. Here's David Pearson, the second winningest driver in the history of the sport, and they all went to Buddy. And Buddy was downright embarrassed because Buddy was a very humble guy, and he was telling him, he's like, don't you know who this is next to me? And he sure wasn't pointing to me. He was pointing to David. And he's like, this is the guy. He goes, I couldn't beat this guy. Why do you want my autograph? And it was because he was on TV. That's what it was. He was on TV on a regular basis, so they felt like he was more important. So that's why I say a lot of times that history gets lost because it just kind of fades off into the shadows a little bit, right?
Got some good. So Ben Burn 75 says Ron Fellows drove the Cat 96 car for Buzz at Watkins Glen in 98 as one of the road course ringers. Qualified second next to Jeff Gordon. So some good info. The comment section gives us some good info for us.
I do want to go back to the one car we were looking at, the main and tall. I want to say it's that 15 car. It was Derek Cope.
Derek Cope. That's who it was.
Who is quite often in our TA2 paddock.
Right.
But he ran it at Daytona, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Main and Cope. That's what it was. It was a hair thing. The equine on the back was the secondary sponsor.
So checkered flag out. Manuel Gil de Real is going to win overall in Group 10. Our winner in Group 10 stock cars goes to front row Joe Nemechek. How cool is it to see him just hanging out, having a great time in these vintage paddocks? He'll come up. He keeps teasing me since we raced at Charlotte Roval. So since before COVID, he keeps saying, I'm going to build me a TA car. And I'm like, Joe, do it. Love to see that.
He would be great.
Be a great addition to have him out there and go and run. I know he still loves being a part of it here. Obviously, his son in the NASCAR Cup Series for Legacy Motor Club. Guys coming in here. I was on the grid a little moments ago. There was a little bit of a drizzle starting to pick up here, but as you saw that pace car coming down the track, didn't see the windshield wipers going. So sprinkle here and there, but overall looks like it's okay as the checker flag is out. These guys make their way to pit road.
That was a fun race. And, Joe Nemechek said that to me about running TA before the stock car group kind of broke out. And now, I don't know, I take back what I said because I think Joe, knowing Joe, might have more fun in this group. TA, it's kind of, Joe's had enough of that racing in a pro paddock and the politics that come with it and all that stuff. I think this is just so much fun for him.
Yeah, he can relax a little bit more over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go, Ford. Getting a little wet there.
Yeah, there's that rain that I was just talking about starting to pick up a little bit more. Didn't really see any rain on the radar coming this weekend. It's supposed to be a nice weekend, so obviously things can change here. Some pop-up showers around the Austin, Texas area.
Well, as the rain begins to fall a little bit, we're going to step out, take a quick break. Come on back to Circuit of the Americas with us.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Welcome back, Group 9, the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour. This is going to be a really fun race to watch here at Circuit of the Americas. Group 9 is our Wings and Slicks group for SVRA. We have 32 cars that are going to take this here in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas. This track opened up in 2012 for Formula One, and it has been fantastic ever since. So Shane Kennett out there in front in the Swift 016A. Clay Della Cava is second. Joel Quadracci back there in his Indy Lights car, third. John McAleer, fourth. Bruce Hamilton, fifth. Gerald Shikulski, sixth. Jim Booth in the Swift 016 is seventh. Charles Livingston, eighth. John Norton, ninth. Paulie Gatto, 10th. Kirk Kinsfater is 11th. Thomas Melendrez, 12th. Mark Brannon, 13th. Amandeep Patani is 14th in their JDR F1000. Harlan Crow in a Ralt RT41. Brett Johnston is 16th. James Johnston Sr. is 17th. Jim Johnston Jr. We're going to have a Johnston race out there from 16th to 18th. Patrick Donnelly, Steve Hamilton, Arshia Akhtar, I'm doing the best I can in a JDR F1000. Adair McCorrin Campbell and a Lola T620. Tom Simpson in a McKee MK18 starting 23rd. Whitney Strickland starting 24th in a Formula Enterprise 2. The rest of these are all Formula Enterprise. Darrell Willis 25th. Steve Whitston 26th. Zachary Winston 27th. Brian Palazzo 28th. Kenny Russo 29th. David Adorno 30th. Roy Hillenberg 31st, and Jimmy Dye 32nd. Big group of cars, joined by Ford Martin, who's going to be calling the TA2 and TA races on Sunday in the booth. Ralph has stepped out for a little bit, but a little bit of open wheel with the lights coming out. It's always fun to see open wheel cars at COTA because that's what the track was made for, that and motorcycle racing. But a huge eclectic mix here for it.
Yeah, it's great. I think it has been overall this weekend in general. It's always great to come to COTA. I know obviously we talked about in the previous race where F1 came here and Max Verstappen got his fourth win at the racetrack. But like you said, these cars were made for this racetrack. As we're going to go green flag racing.
You can see the stickers on some of these cars still. They take this really late green. I appreciate that. We want everybody to pack up. I'm not seeing those Formula Enterprise cars here yet. Then I'm hearing from Wicker Bill 173 that he used to wake up early in England to watch the Indy Lights, and the cool car was always his favorite. And I believe that's Joel Quadracci out there in that cool car. Ooh, you press your button. We have a wreck here at turn 1, Ralph.
Try that again. That's an ex-Dario Franchitti cool car.
And right there at the top of the hill had some contact. Wasn't sure exactly who was caught up in that.
Looked like that F1 sprint race.
Yeah.
And that happens there. We talk about this. It's 6 to 8 lanes wide going in, and as soon as you cross the apex there at turn 1 and 11, it goes down to 3 lanes. So it's a very they give you these deceiving, tempting extra lanes that just don't work out in the end.
Looking right here on the track as well, we got to look up at raindrops. They're still visible, so that's something these guys have got to be aware of. There's got a caution light on there right there. Might be a full course
yellow there.
Yeah, it's pretty wet. I was just walking around outside for a minute there, and even the garage area is pretty damp.
Black flag all for the 3 cars at turn 1. Now these things here, that white car you saw, those are JDR F1000As, 1000cc super light, just screamers. I don't know what RPM they're hitting, but it's a note that only dogs can hear.
So there's black flags waving down there as these guys making their way down that long straightaway.
Here's one of those F1000s there, that white car. And then there is Wicker Bill 173's favorite car, the cool car.
You know, I got to, and he's got great taste because those were good-looking cars. Even the Indy car Paul Tracy ended up driving was a great-looking livery on that car as well. And when Cool came into IndyCar racing, boy, they came in big time. They did it right. They brought in all kinds of upgrades for the media. They brought in a huge infield hospitality deal just for the media with big, massive workspace. You needed something, they provided it for you. They were fantastic. One of the best perks, Ben, they invited a handful of us to go skiing at Park City, and they brought Dario and Tony Kanaan, and I believe it was Elio that was with them as well. They were all just in that Indy Lights series at the same time. And they brought them all out there, and they gave us passes, and they said, well, just go ski with our guys. We just want you to get to know our guys. Because we knew they were all fast, but nobody really knew them yet because they come from, other parts of the world.
But now you have a lot of stories to tell about these drivers. That's very smart.
Yeah, no, it was awesome.
So if any of you TA2 teams like Silver here are listening,
maybe skiing.
Ralph and I, there's the Bahamas, there's skiing.
We could do a lot of things.
Whatever we want to do.
Devo B-52s tonight, we would do that.
So Dario Franchitti, when he was married to Ashley Judd, lived not too far from me, and I used to drive my little MG out in the country. They lived in Leapers Fork, Tennessee, and I'd drive to Franklin to visit my wife. She worked at a law firm in the morning, and there's Dario Franchitti jogging like clockwork every morning on these little country roads, and I never stopped to talk to him. He always gave me a thumbs up with my MG, and I knew it was him. I don't think he knew that I knew it was him, but like, how many people are just driving by not knowing that's at that time? I think he was a multi-IndyCar champion or IndyCar winner.
He's
Indy
a great
500
guy,
winner.
Dario. Very, very friendly. Heck of a racer. All-around good guy.
I've seen him race at Goodwood. He needs to come and do an SVRA event.
Yeah. He's got plenty of cars to play with. If you follow him on social media, he's always out driving something.
So this is our SVRA black flag procedures. Everybody comes in. They line up behind the pit out. Now, if they want to come to their pit box, they're welcome to, but that means they're going to start at the end of this field. And Ford is showing us some weather. It's iffy. It's going to be raining here a little bit.
Man, I never saw that anywhere on the weather that I looked at all week long.
Supposed to be, yes, they're calling for cloudy. Weather is just about this morning.
I see somebody coming across with new tires, and that shouldn't be legal. They have to change tires in the pit box. And you can see Skip telling them that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Way to go, Skip.
But this does make it interesting for the TA and the TA2 qualifying later today to see how long this rain shower lasts. Because if you go back to look how it was a couple hours ago, it's just a pop-up shower that it started to build. Mm-hmm. Now it's going to put a new wrinkle into qualifying later this afternoon.
They ran the numbers a few years ago, and they just determined that to make COTA indoors, it would just cost too much. So instead, they built a roller coaster.
Yeah,
I think I prefer that. It's pretty nice. I like that.
So you can see Jim Booth now coming in that McDonald's car, putting on
Got
the
that
wets.
jingle down.
Yeah, I love McDonald's.
Well, let's learn a few more jingles. We're going to take a quick break. We're coming right back to a soggy coat after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
You have more important things to worry about than your underwear.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
right, guys, Ben Sissel here with SVRA here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen Speed Tour with my friend Brian Donovan, who builds absolutely the best cars. So this is the motor car division of Donovan Motor Cars, these beautiful Jaguars. Tell us a little bit about this.
These are Jaguars that we service and restore as the main part of the business. This happens to be a 67 Jag XKE, considered one of the most beautiful cars ever built, according to guys like Enzo Ferrari. We wanted to prove the point that this was known as the world's greatest crumpet catcher. So we have a couple of beautiful girls in the car just to prove that point.
Just always, right? You just always. So, and how nice of it is for Brian to give you this car for appearing in this video. Is that nice?
Really nice. I would really appreciate that. Yeah. For sure, yeah.
But absolutely beautiful cars. You know, they're just, these all look like Concours winning show cars. But that is not why we're here. Beautiful E-Type. Then we've got the 140 here. Just look at this. But then I've always been particular. I love the D-Types, the C-Types, of course. My favorite car, the XKSS. But I also love these. These were the fastest production cars back in their day. And but as a restoration person, these have to be just impossible to restore.
Oh, they're a beautiful car, and with the time and the effort and the craftsmanship that goes into the restoration, we're proud of how beautifully they come out and how nice they are to drive and to enjoy, because these cars are meant to be used, not just to be looked at.
Nice. And then speaking of meant to be used, because these are some very beautiful, like I'm sure Concours winning show cars, but then he builds these cars to basically go out on the weekends and destroy them, to rebuild them, to destroy them again, to rebuild them. And that's what these are, these beautiful Donovan Motorsports. Now we're in the motorsports area of this, and walk us through these E-Types, Brian. Stand in front of them. These things are so beautiful. I love the rivets that you put into them, but some beautiful cars that are very competitive.
We campaign these three XKEs. We've been doing this with SVRA now for about 35 years. We really enjoy it. This particular car was built in '61. It's been modified for racing, and they did this in the competition department, so that's why it was all hand done, and the rivets in the car. These two are also XKEs, but it's 67s, both 67s. Cars that have been raced their entire life. These two cars happen to be stablemates from previous owners who were able to put the team back together again. But with these cars, we get to show off the prowess of the business, our ability to be able to make performance cars, reliable cars, as well as beautiful cars.
Nice. I love it. And Jaguar, we kind of alluded to this, but Enzo Ferrari did admit that the most beautiful car he had seen are these E-Types. And that's not easy for somebody like Enzo Ferrari to admit, but back in the day, back in the 50s and 60s, it was Jaguar, it was Ferrari, it was Cunningham, it was some of these big brands. And people need to know that about these E-Types. They're just so absolutely beautiful. But then I also, you know, I love the silver with the British racing green. Any more you can tell us? What's the, we were talking a little bit about this because I know that they have a V12, but what is the engine, what's the package you found for these E-Types to be the most successful?
These are original six-cylinder XKEs from the early 60s, and Jaguar has a very strong, successful heritage of racing, which put the company on the world market back in the early 50s with the Jag 120s, the C-Types, the D-Types. Most famous was their wins at Le Mans year after year. And the E-Types took over as being one of the world's greatest, most high-performance, fastest production cars. So we've campaigned with these cars to be able to show that. When Jaguar came to us back in 2002 and asked if we would be willing to run a vintage racing program for the company here in North America. And they did the design work and the colors on these cars, which has worked out very beautifully for us. We're proud of that. We had a wonderful program with the Jaguar support.
Nice. I love it. Well, Donovan Motor Car Service, Donovan Motorsports, how do they get in touch with you if they have an idea for their Jaguar or British car?
Our shop is in Lenox, Massachusetts, an hour north of Lime Rock Park. We do service and restoration work, late model, all the way back to even pre-war. We have the oldest car, an SS1 from Jaguar, back from '37. But to contact us, you can find us on the website, of course, Donovan Motor Car Service, or through our phone numbers. And we're at these events to be able to show and meet people and potential clients.
Nice. I love it. Well, look out for these events. They'll be here all weekend long. They're usually with us for the Memorial Day Classic at Lime Rock. So, Brian, thank you so much. And cheer for these beautiful Jaguars. You know I love my British cars, and these are some of the best. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this SVRA weekend, we're celebrating the vintage air-cooled Porsches. And looking around, driving around, I don't know if there's a cooler Porsche here than Dave Hagan and his beautiful 910 that won the Spirit of SVRA. Was it Laguna or Sonoma this year?
Laguna Seca this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you've raced with us with your son in the 914 at Laguna and Sonoma, and you've run Group 8. But this weekend you're in Group 5B, is that correct?
That's correct, Ben.
Nice. Now tell us about this beautiful car, because I love these things. I love watching your in-car because it's almost like you're in a fishbowl driving around, but it's so fast, so nimble. This has got to be a lot of fun.
It's a blast. So it's a 1967 Porsche 910. It's a factory works car. It's a fourth of 29 built. Entered into Sebring in 67 with Hans Hermann and Joe Seifert as the drivers. Took fourth overall, second in class. So it's a pretty cool car.
And there's a very famous photo outside of the Porsche factory where all of these are lined up, and that's kind of where they came up with their color scheme, right? Which was just one, would you even call that a hood or a bonnet painted a different color?
Yeah, it's a hood or a body panel. It's green. The sister car, the other Sebring car, 005, it was number 36. It had a red hood. So this had a green hood, that had a red hood, and that's how in endurance races, nighttime races, it was easier to see a different color than it was to actually read the number. So that's why you see in that area, you see different color hoods and such.
So as somebody like you that I know loves these cars, and we're kind of like custodians. So you've got number 4 of 29, a super rare car. Then it's a rare Porsche. That's got to be a little bit more on you into your psyche when you go out on track, because you're trying to take care of yourself, you're trying to win the race, but you also want to take care of something like this.
Yeah, there are no red mist moments for me out there, so I try to drive it aggressively, but not over aggressively. And so, obviously I don't want to have contact. Knock wood, I haven't had contact in this car ever in almost 10 years of racing, so we'll try to keep it that way. But yeah, no, I drive in a spirited way, and I'm usually, near the front of the pack. Depending on how the grids are organized. And so I try to put on a good show and have a good time with the car at the same time.
Now, something that's so cool about like a factory like Porsche or Ferrari or, Lotus, things like that, there's a big difference between Porsche and their factory efforts in street cars like the 911s or the 914s, 914-6s. But in 910, this was built to win Sebring, to win Le Mans. So let's point out some of the things, like I'm looking right here over your shoulder, just this hinge. That's probably the lightest thing that they could find to make it to where the door could open and close. And can you show them how they had to do that? Because it's a double hinge here. And look at how the craftsmanship just on the door alone with just the simple pull, for the door.
As light as possible. This is literally like a ski binding from that era, right? If you ever had the old wood skis of the 60s, that's the binding that they used. So that's like just off the shelf. But the goal of prototype race cars was lightness. And, Porsche, like Lotus, like everybody else of that era, the bodies were only on to meet a requirement. Yeah. So they're not heavy bodies, right? This is a 1,100, 1,200-pound car with a 2-liter flat 6 right out of a Porsche road car, though it's obviously a hotter build. And a 901 box. So of that era, in their 911s, it was the same transmission that their street cars had. So even though it was never a street car and these prototypes were never built for the street, there were street parts used. Yeah. And so that's kind of the race on Sunday, sell on Monday strategy of that era. Even the prototypes fit into that.
Yeah, for sure. And then for a factory like a Porsche, 12 hours of Sebring is like 36 hours anywhere else. So they want to know how the transmission fared, how the rear end, how the engine did under such abuse. So it's good R&D. They feel like, well, if it can last for a 12-hour race, being thrashed through the hairpin down those long straights, surely these will do well in our street-going cars.
No, that's right. Endurance racing is all about, you got to get to the finish, right? So you have to build a robust of enough car that'll get there. So it's not just outright speed. You need speed, but you also have to get to the finish. And so Porsche, world-renowned for building highly reliable endurance racers. They were really good at that. Maybe not the fastest cars, but the most reliable cars.
Yeah, but like you said, you have to finish. And you go, the great thing about Sebring is you walk down that front, there's like 2 or 3 decades where it's a German flag. May not have always been Porsche, but if it wasn't Porsche, it was Audi or Mercedes. But they definitely know how to finish endurance races.
Yeah, I would say they're the best. Yeah, very good.
Definitely. And have you always been a Porsche person?
I have been.
Yeah.
I think we've had our first Porsche, my wife and I, right after we got married. We bought a 911 SC back in 1985, and we've been driving Porsches ever since.
And you've passed the sickness on because your son is in is it a 914 or 9146?
It's a 9146, so it's a GT tribute car, beautifully built car. And, yeah, he may have the disease worse than I do.
But that's what we're supposed to do as parents, right?
Absolutely, right? Pass on the passion, and the fact that he and I get to do father-son racing 5 or 6 times a year. My wife, his mother is here, and it's a family affair. And so we really enjoy getting out to the racetrack and sharing the cars with the public. We're going to do the parade tonight, so we're going to drive the cars down into Watkins Glen, and hopefully there'll be 25,000 or so fans out there cheering on the cars.
It's one of the coolest things, the reenactment that you'll do tonight in this, and I'm sure it's going to be one of the hits of the reenactment. But we as motorsports fans, we just so appreciate this car deserves to be in a museum, but it would almost be doing a disservice to the car. So we appreciate you bringing out such a rare car. Thank you so much for doing that.
I appreciate it, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that.
Well done.
We were just talking here in the booth that this is my favorite group. The group 1, 1B, 3, 4. You know, the crowd favorite's always the group 6, 12, 8, or historic Trans Am. But
So what are you saying? I'm a bandwagon guy because I go for those?
No. I like that too. But this is like my passion. And that's one of your favorite cars from last week, though, that Fun Cup car in Barber.
Love the Fun Cup.
This is SVRA Group 1, 1B, 3, and 4. And me being my British sports car guy, I just have to like these. Like I see a little Mini Cooper S right there. Love that. That Lotus Cortina. But we've got Dan Chapman out front in a Brabham BT8. Don't see him out there, though. Steve Yarborough in that Devon 295. John Nash in that Lotus Super 7. And, again, this is a nice sunny day for John Nash coming from the UK. Stefan Schluter in a Porsche 9146. And then one of Ralph's favorite cars is Brian Scheibel, who will be out with us in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series tomorrow. But right now he's out there in his Fun Cup Volkswagen Beetle. Diego Iturbe in an Austin Healey 3000, the big Healey. Neil Verity in a Triumph Spitfire. David Lee, Austin Healey Sprite. Mark Arnold in the MG Midget. James Dean is back in a Porsche 9144. It's a good recovery for him. Pierce Gormley in an Anderson Byers Speed NA. I have no idea what that is. That's going to be neat to see. Michael Mott, Lotus Cortina, beautiful car. Joanne Lemons in that Austin Mini Cooper. William Pollard in a Porsche 914. Lowell Houston, Datsun 510. George Wright in a Chevrolet Corvette. Then we have a whole host of these Formula Vs. So Hunter Barron, Simon Hughes, Elliot O'Barron, George Curl, Stephen Hild, Elliot Barron, Bill Griffith, Julian Fordham, Jason White, Jason Puner, Cassandra Barrenfueler, Robert Wooten, Reed Evans, Wyatt Wilkes, Les Lester, Jared Roberts, and Elliot Barron. 33 cars in this field as they come to take the green here in the wet. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get interesting at the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour. I'm joined in the booth by Ford Martin and Ralph Shaheen. And Ralph, they're coming to take the green, and this is going to be exciting. Look at that white vet back there in Group 4. Solid axle, rear axle. These conditions are not ideal, and he's right next to a Mini Cooper that couldn't get better Mini Cooper conditions.
Yeah, right there.
I love that Beetle right there on the second row.
That's the Fun Cup.
Yeah, I love that one. You were talking about what should be our favorite cars out of this class. I got to go with that one immediately right there. Look at that.
Look at the vet, baby. See you later, and bye-bye. Now, if he can get it to stop up here at Mission Foods, turn number 1.
That's George Wright about to go left.
A great
and here
launch.
comes the Fun Cup car around the outside.
Center seat, tube frame, Volkswagen Beetle. That's pretty cool.
The spoiler and everything on it was great. These guys come back around.
Look at all these gold helmets. The first 3 cars have our Bell gold helmets. These are all national champions in the first 3 here.
They'll be racing for those tomorrow here.
And Formula V, this is such a fun, I don't know if you've ever watched this Ford, but these are just Volkswagen Beetle front ends, engines in these. Anybody can make them out of their garages as long as they stick to some certain rules. And they're so equally yoked. It's all about drafting. It's such a fun group to watch. Hunter Barron out front in his dad's car there. That's his brother there on his left, Elliot Barron.
Got the Indianapolis Motor Speedway wing and wheel logo.
And ladies and gentlemen, I was out on the track every day setting up these signs. This track is polished. The surface of it, it feels like they ran polishing wheels over it. And so it's not, you're not going to get a lot of grip in this kind of rain, because this is the kind of rain that brings the oil back up to the surface on these little tiny bias ply tires in Formula V. That's Simon Hughes there in the number 9. This, again, is a nice sunny day for him. He is definitely grew up in the UK. Ooh, but he gets a little squirrely there. So you've got Barron Racing and Bigger Hammer Racing, both out of Texas, both big CVAR competitors. We love having them out here with us.
All lined up right there. Some of that spray starting to go down just a bit. Had a bit of a rain shower, pop-up storm, but seems to dissipate just a bit here as last we looked at the radar.
This is so important here, this draft, and none of the cars I'm seeing are right in that kind of DRS zone of a Formula V. You need to be right up on there. And I was talking to all of them yesterday. We did a little feature on the Gold Bell helmets. They want to be second or third in the train going into 11 so they can make the pass into 12. But
use that long back straightaway to your advantage.
Now they're in the Cube 3 section, stadium section of the track. And right now, they're all tiptoeing. They're on these small Hoosier bias ply tires, not rain tires, same tires they'd be running in great weather out here. And the track is just, looks like it's just slick enough for them not to go 100%. And now they're kind of running an anti-line.
Oh, look at the Fun Cup out in front. The Corvette has fallen to 3rd.
George Wright, but watch him. He's got the power.
Yeah, here he comes.
With that Devon, with the Corvette power in that Devon, they both should be running a 327.
Oh, look at that Corvette dancing around there. Like I said, if you can get it to stop, you'd have something. It's got plenty of power.
And I got really light, got a little squirrely right there, able to hold on to it. After we saw in that first lap, first corner, he has no problem driving it in.
So that Scheibel out front, then Schluter. Actually, it's Scheibel, then Yarborough, then Schluter, then Wright, and then White. A lot of our Group 1, 3, 4 drivers have gone in, but it looks like we've kept most of the Formula Vs.
You know, Ben, I'd have to confirm this with somebody here at the track, but a lot of times at a racetrack, when it gets wet like this, the last thing you want to do is get up on the paint. That can be some of the slickest parts of the racetrack. But here, because they run MotoGP, I believe there's a very special FIM-approved paint for rain that they put out at all the major motorcycle circuits that is not as slick in the wet.
There's a coarseness to it, like the Dragon's Teeth paint. It has, like, I'd say a little bit of coarseness, but then the just paint after the Dragon's Teeth, like the red aprons.
Oh, around goes our vet. But yeah, so
it is coarse. It's more coarse than the slick paint.
Yeah, so I'm betting 10-1. That's what we have here. So if you see guys getting on the paint, you don't have to panic right away. They should be okay.
Look at the smile on that Fun Cup car, though. It's having a good time out there. And like you pointed out last time, I never even noticed that. He's number 53, like the most famous race car in the world.
Herbie there, yeah. Also know it's a silica paint. As I looked it up right there, a polymer-based silica-infused track paint. that they're able to use and put on a track here at COTA.
I used to use that same paint on our skateboard ramps that we'd take to demos for the same reason.
Yeah.
When it got wet, it used to get a little bit of traction. The skaters didn't like it at some points because if you fall, it scrapes your knee like asphalt.
Yeah.
But at least you get some grip. And then there's that 10. Look at the smile on that car's
The bug
face. That is David Lee in that Austin Healey Sprite. Really cool car. Spoke to him here a few years ago.
Not the day to have a roadster, huh?
No, a solid axle roadster in that Corvette. Too much power for that thing.
Well, and
you saw it. He
the
spun
roof would
right.
be better.
Yeah, right when he got on the power, that thing just took off on him.
Yep.
Longtime SVRA competitor. SVRA is Corinthian Vintage Auto Racers, a great club out of Texas and Oklahoma area. If you want to get into vintage racing, we'd love for you to come to SVRA, but there are local clubs regionally in every area of the country. Here's that Fun Cup car. Saw that the first time last year at Pit Race, when we were at Pit Race, and now he's come and done 2 or 3 events with us this year.
Speaking of Pit Race, and I know a lot of people think that is out of business and done. I had a conversation in the garage area this weekend that I'm told there might be a back of the end zone catch on that.
Okay.
So fingers crossed that we're able to keep Pit Race alive and going.
Yeah.
Hate to see another racetrack go away.
Great track. I was talking to Scott Dolphy, who was one of the managers there earlier. It's racing in one of our Chevy Silverados in the truck race here this weekend. He was kind of saying the same thing. He's like, there's still a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
So here come the 2 brothers now in Formula V, mixing it up. That's Hunter Barron and Elliot O'Barron.
They kind of have a lock on this series, don't they?
Well, yeah, but Simon
every time
Hughes
we've
is
seen them
usually
this
with
year,
them.
they've been really hard to beat.
Simon Hughes in the black car behind him is also very good. I looked up close to that black MG midget. That is a beautiful, like, show car midget. And then that Lotus Cortina right behind. I think the Lotus Cortina is my favorite of the B sedan cars. But now they're trying to get around. And a lot of times these production cars, they're just you can't see the Formula Vs. A lot of times we make the Formula Vs run bicycle flags just because of the visibility when we have to mix. We don't like to mix open wheel cars and production cars together. But based on the schedule, we had to. But right now, the Formula Vs are moving through the field. This used to be the ladder to IndyCar and Formula One. You'd start out in a Formula V, go to Formula Ford, and then go on from there to Formula One or IndyCar, because this was just such a great entry-level way to go racing.
Learn a lot about momentum here, don't you?
Yeah.
As you're talking about, Ben, when they were coming to green, a bunch of those gold helmets right there, just with those group of 3 cars right there.
Yeah, the gold bell helmets, the most sought-after trophy in vintage racing, because like you're seeing right now, you can wear the helmets. They're not trophy helmets. A lot of people do put them on their trophy case, but they are wearable.
Yeah, you actually get sized for it, right? Right after you get out of the car.
But Joanne Lemons in that Austin Cooper S, front-wheel drive, 0 weight. Those rear wheels are just brakes, drum brakes, and hanging on. This is the kind of day, as a Mini Cooper driver, this is what you're looking for. These things handle so well in the rain and in the snow, as we saw in the Monte Carlo rallies with Patty Hopkirk.
Oh, yeah.
They dominated in the snow, and you can see Snoopy there on the side. Love seeing that. So this is her day right there.
Did you ever go to the Peanuts Museum?
No.
It's just north of Sonoma Raceway.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
That's
Charles Schultz was from.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
As they come into the next gen section here, love that color blue. Almost like we were talking about that grabber blue.
And what was it? What did you Rogo?
Ragogo blue.
Ragogo.
Yeah. It's like a grabber blue, petty blue kind of blue. It's Joanne Lemons. That's Austin Mini Cooper S. Porsche 914 behind her. The Porsche 914
mid-engine, rear-engine, rear-wheel drive.
Should be in good shape here.
That's going to be a weird one. Look at that big pink helmet. I like that. Another one of the SVRA drivers. That's the Red Baron Snoopy when he was the Red Baron on his doghouse. And now here come those gold helmets that Ford was talking about. I wonder if that's an intimidating factor. If you're on the grid and you're like, oh, those guys have all won national championships here.
You feel like it has to. I mean, you feel like it has to at this point. But like with that, trying to manage the rain here today, probably some of the hardest the rain has come down this afternoon. Just right outside our booth, starting to these pop-up showers. And these guys have managed pretty well here for the most part.
So, Wicker Bill's giving us some great information today. He says John Barnard from Ferrari F1 started in Formula V with his own car. It's pretty cool.
Legendary designer.
I'm surprised they haven't made a movie or story about Zach Brown winning money on Wheel of Fortune and starting his racing career.
Well, Zach will get that done when he's
retired.
When he's retired.
Yeah. So Elliot O'Barron around the Mini of Joanne Lemons trying to catch his brother Hunter. Hunter's in his dad's car. Elliot is in his grandpa's car. And Simon Hughes is in his car there, the number 9.
You know, Zach has a book coming out. Should be out, I think, this month. No, November, right?
Yeah.
Halloween last night.
You can see a little bit of a rooster tail. Normally, the Formula Vs would stay much closer to get that draft, but I think he's just staying there to get a little bit of wind, but also to have some visibility.
Yeah, I think the visibility is probably hard right now.
You need a little bit of it there. Coming down one of the longer straightaways these guys go this season.
So, if I remember correctly, Hunter Barron won the helmet in 2023. I think 2019 is when Elliot O'Barron won it, and then last year's winner, Simon Hughes, in the number 9, right behind these two cars. You see Hunter's eyes. Hunter is looking at the next apex. They always try to teach you to keep your eyes up, looking forward. Simon Hughes struggling behind that Mini Cooper. Triumph Spitfire. It's not often that the Formula Vs get to pass the production cars in the race, but that's just how it happens in the rain here. John Nash, currently 5th overall, looks like. Actually 4th overall. Now look at him get right behind that Spitfire. Now come out, make sure the Spitfire sees him. He sees him. He's pointing him by, but he just, you know, that Spitfire's just got more grunt.
Yeah.
I do love a Triumph Spitfire, though. That's got some big wheel arches on it. But those are fun cars to drive. Simon Hughes got around the Mini Cooper S, but now has to try to get around that Spitfire. You know, we did the Ford Mustang, so Triumph had to come out with the Spitfire. I like that.
And Spray just coming up with these guys right here, trying to go around down the straightaway. We talked about the rain probably coming down the hardest it has all afternoon. These guys have managed well for the most part. Try to slow it back down to 1 on the elevation change.
There's Elliot Barron, the dad, in the other gold helmet. That's the dad of Hunter, Elliot, and Cassandra. So big Barron family racing here. 4 in the same race. It's not, is it actively still raining?
I believe so.
Yeah, looking at right outside our booth here, it's coming down some of the hardest it has today. It's started to slow down, but obviously it's a big facility, and the amount of acreage around this place, where one part it's raining harder than the other, but outside of our booth, it started to actually calm down here just a bit. just by looking outside compared to when it once was, a lot of those pop-up showers just showing up.
And all of our camera guys reporting in saying it's a little bit damp out there. Still raining hard.
Well, guys, if it makes you feel any better, it's like 68 degrees in the booth here, and Ralph needs it at 69 or 70.
It's a little
And
uncomfortable.
So he's not feeling good either. You're right, though, Ralph. The Porsche 914 looks pretty well balanced in this. Kind
Should
of being
be,
that
wouldn't you think?
mid-engine. Yeah. The 911 with rear engine, that would be
That'd
a
be a
nightmare.
challenge.
I'm glad that these cars are finally getting their due. You know, they were kind of always looked at as the stepchildren of the Porsche.
Yeah, it's supposedly more Volkswagen than anything else, right?
But cool cars. They're cool cars. I like them. Ralph is the one that doesn't like them. We're getting yelled at by our producer because he drove his 914 here.
Yeah, no, I don't dislike 914s. What are you saying? Putting that on me.
You were saying it's all Volkswagen.
Well.
But Ralph likes
That's what they
Volkswagens,
said.
right? He likes the Fun Cup.
Hey.
So Scheibel still out front in his Volkswagen. Then Schluter, Yarborough, Nash, and Verity. And then it's Hunter Barron, Elliott Barron, and Simon Hughes in Formula V. But they did tell me last night that you don't want to win this race because I don't think they've made a champion out of the person that wins the Saturday race yet. As they go almost 3 wide in formation almost through turn 2.
And those two have really been all over each other here since from the get-go here with these guys. They've been trading in spots back and forth a few times, under 5 minutes to go.
New leader in Formula V, Elliott O'Barron, who is one of the safety officers, drivers, I don't know his real title, with SVRA. He helps teach and coaches a lot of the new SVRA drivers. And he's putting on a clinic today, now trying to keep his brother behind him. And now look at this, they're catching a Lotus 7, which I didn't know if they could. And this red car here, that Devon, is a 327 Corvette engine with whatever frame. I'm guessing he might have an MGA frame or an Austin Healey frame in that.
I believe it's an
buy
Austin
the Devon
Healey.
bodies. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a big Healey with a 327 engine and a deadhead sticker. But never thought I would say a 327 Devon, a Lotus 7, and Formula Vs are equally yoked on the track.
Now explain to me, Ben, right here, this white one that's right behind the red car. What vehicle is that? I'm still trying to learn this.
A Lotus Super 7. So
Lotus,
Colin
okay.
Chapman, who was just the Lotus guy, they made street versions of this, but it's just a very low, light car. His whole thing was add lightness, is what he used to preach. And so he just, at that time, SCCA and the FIA had all these classes, and he tried to make a car to fit every class so that they could dominate every class. So that's
Flag
a
is
Lotus
out.
Super 7. You can buy them as a Lotus, but there's 3 or 4 companies that make kit cars out of them. They're just monsters. And then that is a tube frame. It's basically, I think I said it at Barber, if Volkswagen made a TA2 type car, it's just a tube frame, plastic fenders, center seat. But in Belgium at Spa, they'll have 70 of those things in the race together.
Really?
Yeah. It's really fun to watch.
Well, it looks like you're coming back around to the white flag here momentarily. Under 2.5 minutes to go.
Boy from New York wants to remind us that the 9146 outperformed the 911 at Le Mans. So there you go, Ralph, the 914 hater.
Jeez. Wow, did you just not get the kind of candy you were looking for last night in your bucket?
No, I guess not.
You're full of hate today.
My meds have run out.
You are just full of hate.
But this is supposed to be fun, as we just got the 2-minute warning, guys.
Man.
And that Fun Cup is in the lead. So Volkswagen behind Volkswagen here. It's got the wipers on. This comes around the 56 of Les Lester. do really like these Formula Vs. It's a neat concept that they just basically said, this is the wheelbase, this is the weight. You have to use the front end and the drivetrain and the rear end of a Volkswagen Beetle. The rest is up to you. That's why they all have different body structures, and then something would work and everybody would copy that.
Yeah.
Then somebody else would figure out something.
I like
and
the
I'm sure there's a
creativity
Gil
of it.
Martin of the Formula Vs that, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
like the Shadowfax, I think as a Pendleton was his name, and for a while he dominated. Everybody had different iterations of how to do this, but a lot of them, some of them were in factories, and some of them was just a one-off, one-time, a guy in a garage with a welder had an idea.
Yeah, I love the creativity of the category.
Uh-oh, but Hunter now way out front. Yarborough, who races also from Texas, races with these guys a lot in his club, letting them through, but doesn't want to disrupt his race with that Lotus 7 of John Nash. So Yarborough is the only Group 4 car out there. This Fun Cup car is a Group 3 non-compete. So John Nash should be our first of Group 3. No, Schluter is out there. Schluter will be our first in Group 3. John Nash will be second in Group 3. Brian,
And I haven't seen the points. Do you know, is Yarborough going to win the Group 4 championship?
Yes.
I would.
Yeah, I can't think of any other Group 4
I
car
can't
that's done
either.
as much. I wish we would
That
checker,
looks like a checker
where
flag
we
there.
give the green, because sometimes we're going to get a drag race to the green.
Yeah. Here he comes.
We might get a drag race to the green right here with a bunch of cars. So again, this red Devon, the number 7-6, is in Group 4. He's going to win Group 4 if he crosses the start-finish line. Looks like Hunter Barron's going to win Formula V. John Nash is going to get second in that Lotus in Group 3. Now, can Simon get around Elliott O'Barron? He's trying, isn't he?
We'll drive it in deep right here to see if they can finish it off, but just
I'm having some pucker moments here, sitting in a nice, comfortable desk chair. I'm wondering what these guys are feeling.
hell, they got tight right there.
Yeah.
On the final corner, coming back to the checkered.
Nice job, gentlemen. That was good. That's tough to do. Those 5 cars going through the rain like that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get a number on that 914 that just crossed. I believe that was James Dean. Back in a gray Porsche. It's got to be something there. James Dean didn't have good luck in Southern California in a gray Porsche years ago. But this James Dean did. Out in the rain in a Porsche 9144. Group 3. Nice job. I don't know. That Mini Cooper might be my favorite. Which one did you pick, Ford? You like the Fun Cup car?
I think the Beetle
Yeah.
has got to be number one for me. It
Well,
stuck
of
out
course,
the most.
pick the fastest car
well,
in the
of
group,
course. I mean,
guys.
look, you asked me what my favorite one is, and I got to go with, obviously, it won. But I love the little Herbie.
It's weird, though. Like we talked about this last time. The cars that do
There
speak
she
to you,
is.
there's no rhyme or reason. You're just like, sometimes I look at cars and I'm like, I love that car. I wish I could tell myself why I love that car.
Yeah.
But it's like art. You know, you may love a piece of art that I just can't figure out, and vice versa.
There's no right or wrong to it.
Unless you're a Corvette guy. Then you're just like, it's Corvettes only, man. It's all I can do.
You've got so much hate.
No, I don't. My dad was a Corvette guy, so I think I still harbor some resentment for that. And my mom was a Porsche car guy, so they fought
I love how you
themselves.
say your mom was a Porsche car guy.
Yeah, no, my mom would always say she's a car guy.
And you can hear it right there in our mics around the racetrack. Probably the hardest the rain has now come out all afternoon. Right outside our booth. It's starting to It's starting to come down here now.
Yeah, the camera operator there, he's got his Snoopy umbrella out. You can hear it hitting the umbrella.
Yeah.
Raining sideways now.
Good. Might be a little soggy, that B-52's Devo concert tonight, man.
They might not be able to whip it good in this weather. There's our results for Group 1, 1B, 3, 4 sprint race. 1, Brian Scheibel, and my 2 co-announcers with me in the booth. That's their favorite car.
That's right.
Over, and I know you are.
No. And then, I don't know if it's Stefan Schluter or Steven Schluter, but guys, come on now. I can't read that fast. You guys are moving away from me too quick. I'm struggling with my reading. Hooked on phonics didn't work for me. Then we've got Hunter Phelps Barron, 3rd overall with the split start. Unbelievable that Elliott Barron, 4th overall. Then Steve Yarborough, 5th. John Nash. Then Simon Hughes, James Dean, Neil Verity, Michael Mott, like the applesauce, is 10th. George Curl, Stephen Hild, Joanne Lemons in that Austin Cooper S, Cassandra Barron Fuller, Jason White, Mark Arnold, Bill Griffith, Elliott Barron, Jason Perner. Jason, you told me how to say this at Nolan. It just came to me. Jason Perner and Julian Fordham. Jared Roberts, Robert Wooten, Les Lester, Pierce Gormley, David Lee, I want to say Roth, but it's just David Lee, George Wright, Dan Chapman, Diego Iturbe, Reed Evans, and William Pollard. 29 cars. The rain definitely, 30 cars. Lowell Houston, Elliott Barron, and Wyatt Wilkes. The rain definitely added some speed to some cars and took some speed away from others.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to come back for more. We got a long afternoon of racing to go here, rain or not. Stay with us. We're coming back.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, like Monty Python says, and now for something completely different. This is our Group 2 and 5B. Group 2 are the Formula Fords, Formula Bs, and 5B, I thought were like the Lotus 23s, but we already saw some of those out there. So let's see what we're calling 5B this weekend. Ralph Shaheen in the booth was having some of his Halloween candy snacks, and then Ford Martin here with us next to us in the booth is going to call a lot of the Trans Am stuff this weekend.
Why are you killing me?
What's the matter?
I was not having candy.
I thought you were eating Sour Patch over there.
No.
Oh, okay.
What are you having?
I was just having a bar, like a protein bar.
Oh, nice. See? Yeah, he says that because his doctor's listening. So his protein bar that was somehow in a Snickers wrapper.
Oh, was, yeah, right.
So I don't have a great grid sheet for this, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of the cars wouldn't have shown up for this with this weather. A lot of our Formula Bs like Jeff Brabham, Tonis Cassamets, I don't see them out there. I don't see Bruce Hamilton. So Rick Barabeau is the first of this Formula Bs in that number 3. So we'll go with the Fords. Patrick Flynn, Stuart Crow, Harlan Crow. So there's Stuart Crow in the 3. And instead of just reading from this, because there's going to be a lot of drivers, I'm hearing that we lost about half of our drivers because of the weather. So let's just stay on here. There's 5B, so the sports racers. With Alliance, the Spec Racer Fords. And then that 77, is that a Bobsy? A Genie, Mark IV. I was talking to Wes. That Genie, I was looking at it, they had the close off of it, has a belt on it like a Corvair. It's got a 90-degree angle. And that always gives me a little bit of an alert in my mind. So we'll know who the drivers are as they cross the start-finish line on Race Monitor, ladies and gentlemen, as they come to take the green. Ralph Shaheen, who's been to many events here at Circuit of the Americas. This is your first vintage event, though, right?
Yeah, I've done a handful of MotoGP races here, NASCAR. I was here for the first NASCAR race, which looked a lot like today.
Very similar to this, yeah.
Very similar to today.
It was all weekend, too.
Yes, it was.
Our friend Andy Lally called some of those Xfinity races in that.
It's my first time out at this racetrack. Landed in Austin a couple hours ago, made my way out here, and just blown away of the facility.
It's a great facility. Here they come to take the green flag and go up to Mission Foods Turn 1. Stuart Crow was the first to hit the line, but Patrick Flynn takes the lead as they go into 2, and you can see they're all struggling for grip, for traction, when to put the power down, when to give input in the steering wheels. A lot of these vintage cars, they want one command at a time. You can't do steering and brakes or steering and gas at the same time. You got to pick one or the other. It's either brakes or steering or gas, especially in these conditions. So Stuart Crow, Patrick Flynn, Harlan Crow, Rick Barabeau, Enrique Contreras, Caleb Ham, Paul Miranda, Ty Coffey, Rodolfo Alcocer, I'm sorry, Rodolfo, Mac Wolf, Timothy Blakely, Alberto Rojas, Ted Smith, Robert Mueller, Alex Gope. That's our top 15. Now here's our spec racer Ford and Wes in the Genie. Patrick Flynn out front in his PCF. The 88 of Enrique Contreras. And the 112. And you can just tell by their body language that they are just tiptoeing around the track. And Ralph, I think you're right. They're trying their best to stay off the paint. Because even though, you were talking about MotoGP and how they add some coarseness to the paint, a lot of these drivers have been taught their whole life that you stay away from the paint.
Yeah, don't go there.
If you've ever ridden like a 10-speed bicycle in the rain and you'd hit like a little piece of the road lines or the sewer cap or anything, you know how slippery that gets. Woo! Stuart Crow, not afraid to throw it sideways. But this, like we talked about in Formula V, this would have been the next step. And what a great, or Formula Junior, what a great way to do this. This is all mechanical grip. There's no aero. Like you can see there with Stewart and Patrick Flynn, they have inboard shocks. A lot of the older ones, the shocks are near the wheel. But it is all momentum and driver skill in these cars. So it's a great training ground to learn how to drive with momentum.
And it looks like, Ben, we're seeing a few more puddles now starting to develop around the racetrack too. Guys are going to have to be aware of that.
Let's check in with our meteorologist, Ford Martin. Ford, what are you seeing from the helicopter?
Well, seeing right here, if you look to my back here, obviously we can't have you on no green screen today, but we're having a little some red starting to pop up right here just a bit, but I think we're going to be okay. We'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
It looks iffy. And we've got, I think, the IGT race after this, but you can clearly see they're tiptoeing around, and they're all wanting to win this race and finish out the SVRA championship, but they would love to be able to have a feel for tomorrow, but it looks like conditions will be totally different tomorrow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be all sunny tomorrow, right?
And Ben, we talked about the Formula V race early on before coming into this, and you talked about just being able to draft and to use that. Do we see that as much in these cars as well?
There is still a draft, especially on that back straight in the Fords, but it's not as much as the Formula Vs. But yes, drafting is very important, especially in like a train of 4. This is a Formula B car here, you can see with the big wide tires. But the Formula Fords with the little bit skinnier tires still have that just only mechanical grip. And there is a big delineation. There's the vintage Fords.
Oh, got one around.
There's the club Fords, and then there's the modern Fords. And each iteration, has some speed advantages, as, just like anything. As the evolution and people start figuring out how to build these cars faster every year, you see these evolutions coming through. But the rain is a great equalizer. These cars shouldn't be together on the track, but with the rain, they're staying together.
Look at the elevation change of this racetrack. Talking to some of the folks for the TA2 garage, and some of the drivers were just talking about, especially a few in Laney Bice and Helio Meza, and they just raved just about just the elevation change, and just really just talks about how fun this racetrack is just to race on. And I gotta say, I'm jealous of some of these guys. I would love to be out here, even if it's rain or dry. I would love to be out here. This has just been a great facility to watch these guys come out here and race on this racetrack. Obviously, we talked about it earlier. F1 raced here not too long ago. Had a great crowd out there for that one.
Yeah, you can still see the remnants of F1 all over the track. Some of the drivers have their rain lights on. We saw Rodolfo there in that number 66 coming through the Cube 3 section, and Harlan Crow.
That is a big spray right there. Roots are tailing all the way down the back.
This track has probably the best drainage of any track we visit all year. It's lined with these little rain collectors.
Yeah.
Ralph, do you remember what a lap time for MotoGP was here?
I don't, but I'm sure I can find that for you. Give me a sec.
8. I keep asking you guys these questions like I don't have Google myself, you know. That's the 8B.
Well, after everything you've kind of rattled off today, I felt like you have Google in your head just about.
Sometimes. If the synapses are firing, but I don't know that. So here comes the Formula B with that grunt coming up with those big tires.
Quickest time so far that I can find here was Maverick Vinales last year here, ran a 2-minute .864. 2.00.864. Wow. Pretty quick. Now the fastest race lap, Maverick also had that. That was a 2:02.575.
What's a Formula One lap here?
Give me a sec.
Speaking of Formula One, Formula B here, this number 3 car, was kind of the equivalent today of Formula 2. And in fact, in that Grand Prix movie with James Garner, they used Formula B cars as Formula One cars in a lot of their shots because there wasn't a huge difference. It was in the engine, but not in the aesthetics. In fact, there's a driver here, Edelman, who can run his car in Formula One spec or Formula B spec, just based on how he has it set up. But this new modern Ford here, the white car, and the slightly older car, the number 80, they're staying together. That's Ted Smith, the number 80.
Well, it's a little bit quicker in the F1 car. Charles Leclerc went in 2019, ran a 136.169. Fastest pole was set by Bottas with a 132.029 in the same year.
So I wonder what made it faster in 2019. Is that the year you said?
Yeah.
Was that when they did the whole repave?
I think it was when they did the repave, yes.
And were they on thicker tires then? Weren't they on bigger tires then?
Aero package is probably different.
This is interesting here with the number 80. Ted Smith can't get a number on the white car. Turn 19, that angle right there, it's a fun place to watch the races because you can also see turn 1 down to turn 2. You can see 19 to 20 as they come through the Optima section here.
So 2019, they had that partial resurface. Then they had the major repave in 2022.
Woo! Going off here.
Oh, way off.
Ted Smith going to be able to take it.
Well, you know what? 2025, Verstappen ran a 134.000.161. 134.161. And he, in qualifying, ran a 132.143.
I love reading the comment section. They're all having their own conversation, talking about the 80s and the 90s racing and which series is the best. It's really fun to just kind of monitor, and we have some experts on here giving us some good stuff, but then they're all here having their own little discussions and fights as well. I don't know if you guys get to watch it during TA2, but the comment section during a TA2 race is fun to monitor from pit lane. Here comes one of those Alliance Sports Spec Racer Fords coming through.
And talking about TA2, got the championship being officially wrapped up. Got the TA2 Pro-Am. Only separated by Odrick and Proshock have coming down to the wire between those two. That's going to be a great race that we'll see on Sunday morning.
Erica Scheibel is in that Alliance Spec Racer Ford, and we just had Scheibel out in the Fun Cup, so I don't know if that's his daughter or if that is his wife. Not sure. Can't tell in the helmet. But his son raced with us in Fun Cup, so the Scheibels are doing their part to spread motorsports. He will be out in TA2 in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series tomorrow with us. Brian Scheibel will. And he was telling me at Barber that might be his wife in the car, because he said she's very competitive, and sometimes she gets on the radio and she's just like, just drive faster. And he's like, that's not very encouraging.
Heard that a few times back when Connor Zilich was running for Silver Hair Racing. Would hear it on the radio a few times from his dad. Come on, Connor, you got to drive faster. Most notably at Nashville when the road course there around the stadium, and
when he started from the back and won the race.
And Connor had a few of that on the radio a few times.
That's funny.
But back to Brian Scheibel, a former SCCA winner here at COTA from Georgetown, Texas, about 45 minutes up the road. So very familiar with this facility.
It's Mac Wolf at the edge of this pack in that Club Ford Crossley 32F. Kim Madrid and all of the Formula Ford racers out west. We miss having you guys out here, but right now you might have picked a good one to not come to because of the weather and the rain. Tomorrow will be much better. But here's Crow giving a fight.
A lot of championships going on here this weekend. Obviously, NASCAR up out in Phoenix here for Trans Am. You got a Game 7 tonight in the World Series, Toronto and the Dodgers. Xfinity Series Championship, obviously, tonight as well.
Who's going to win that?
How can you bet against the guy we're just talking about, Connor Zilich, and the dominant season he's had, Corey Heim, which arguably the best NASCAR season of all time could be, after what he was able to do, led in every single Truck Series race this season. First time that's ever happened.
Yeah, I learned in TA2, never bet against Connor Zilich. If we started him in the back at Detroit, he won the race. We started him in the back at Nashville, he won the race. In races you can't pass, you know. Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't tell that to Thomas Merrill, because remember, he got around Connor. They had this little swap back and forth. I want to say it was in 2022. Yeah, they went back and forth, and then Merrill, to win the championship, got the tiebreaker on Rafa Matos.
And I wondered, watching Watkins Glen a few weeks ago, he stayed behind Thomas Merrill here, not punting him, being patient, and we talked a lot about that at Podium. But I wonder if once he got to Watkins Glen behind his teammate, he did kind of punt him there at the last corner, and I think maybe he's like, yeah, I've learned the hard way from this.
Oh, I just saw lightning, yes.
Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen, that means we might have to go down for a little bit.
That is not what we wanted to see, is it?
And that's part of some of that pocket that I was talking about a little bit ago, some of that weather.
Just behind one of the roller coasters being built here.
Yeah, the big metal lightning rod out the window. I just heard them say, timing, do you know how much time we have left? Because they're wanting to probably end this one. But here it comes. This is for the lead, ladies and gentlemen.
That could be a really important pass right now.
Yeah, it's going to get everything you can right here.
And they're coming up on lap traffic, too.
He got him.
Oh, gosh, they split him.
Yikes.
Oh. Got to be really careful through there.
So now it's Crow and Flynn. Crow just patiently waiting back there. Long-time racer with us. Also a Group 9 racer in his Toyota that he's been developing for years. That was a good move.
Great move at the right time.
And it should be white flag next time by on that dark navy blue number 3B of Stuart Crow. Now let's see what Flynn can do. It's all about this next corner, in my opinion, Ralph. Setting yourself up to get the best drive out of this corner. He's going to try to suck into the back of Stuart Crow and drive, just try to stay in that draft as he can and try to make maybe a pass. Nope. Maybe a pass at 11. I think he tried to get on the power just a little bit too soon. But he could. Can he hold second now, Ralph?
He's got to hustle.
There's Wes and that Genie. Looks like number 4 just went around and turned 20. Yeah. Our weather person in the booth is showing us the map, and it does not look great.
A lot of red making their way over by the Austin area. Just over 5 minutes left to go here in our sprint race.
That's Enrique Contreras. I did ask about the blue lines. They did that for Formula One. It's the first time they've had those blue lines here, but the drivers were complaining at certain parts of the sunlight reflecting. They couldn't see the out of bounds, so they put those blue lines just a contrast for them to see where the lines are. There's that Ragogo blue 23.
White flag.
Looks like he's actually getting a little sunlight reflection on his helmet there on the visor.
It's Nathan Thompson, who we saw in the Lotus 23C earlier. Now he's in a Lotus 23B with Ragogo Racing.
Looks like the far end of the racetrack has a little more sunlight to it than the front stretch.
And Caleb Ham in that 777 off into the gravel at turn 1. Stuart Crow around Nathan Thompson. There's our leader in that dark navy blue Formula Ford.
Oh, more lightning.
He's in a PCF FF Swift DB1. Rainbow.
Barely can see it right there.
We're getting a little bit of everything. We got lightning
really
out that
are.
window, and we got a rainbow out that window. So now Stuart Crow saw the car spin in his mirror, Flynn, and he's giving himself a little bit of time. But is that Flynn here already? That's him, isn't it? Yeah. So that's second place there, the blue car, who spun right here, getting on the power. So now he's hoping that maybe Stuart Crow lets his guard down just a little bit. So they should be coming to take the checker this lap, right? Poor Ralph's over here. He's having to just babysit. I keep looking at him like, help me out here. Affirm what I'm saying.
No, you got it.
I'm
just
getting lost
you
over here.
You got it. You're doing a great job.
Well, you keep saying he's eating the Halloween candy over here.
Yeah.
He was picking on me all day. Huh?
Oh, hang on to it.
That's his second mistake. Opposite end of the straightaway.
And there's Scheibel with Alliance. Alliance, one of our Arrive and Drive programs. There's that 111 of Andrea Samudio and a Club Ford, Vintage Ford, Crossley 35. I must be hungry because I just see McDonald's.
I knew
in those
you were
colors.
going to say that.
Yeah. Man.
Don't you have to do Whataburger when you're here?
Yeah, there's one next to the hotel. I haven't done that yet, though, because there's a great Mexican restaurant right next to it. I've done that every night since I've been here.
Next to the...
It's in the subway. If you go in the subway, there's a Mexican restaurant in the subway. It's good.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, we're 20 minutes away from In-N-Out, too.
Yeah.
Got In-N-Out.
There's an In-N-Out here?
Yes, of course. Where do you think I'm going after this?
No, you're not going alone.
There we go. Stuart Crow takes the checkered flag here, but this seems to be the race. I don't have a 14B on my sheet. I'm hearing, I went to P. Terry's last year. It was good.
Really?
Yeah. They look like Flintstones 50s drive-ins. You know, there's a few on the highway you see. They're good. It's like In-N-Out. It's like Cookout. Cookout would be your area of a P. Terry's.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
So the checker flag is out at Mission Foods section. And it does look like the sun's coming out, but we had lightning.
Yeah, I just saw another flash of lightning out the front side. Last of the cars coming across the line.
Some of that rain has stopped, but a couple new roller coasters outside by this track. Not ready yet to get on it. There's a big thing of lightning just hit right here, right outside the track. So
which was literally just to the left of that roller coaster you're looking at, because that's right outside our window. They're building a huge, massive theme park here. That's all part of it there.
It feels like this track has it all. Obviously, the 251 observation deck, and the amphitheater, they have everything here.
They sure do.
Here at Circuit of the Americas.
Pretty amazing facility. Here's a look at your results. Stuart Crow with the win. 13 seconds up on Patrick Flynn at the end.
Now for your top 20. Philip Schiebel there in 11th. Robert Mueller, excuse me. And the rest of your field through the top 30. Brian Russell, Westerlund there, rounding out the top 30.
No, these cars at the back end didn't make the grid. Weird looking sky out there. Light patches everywhere and dark patches over some. And a weird storm right now.
And you talk about that theme park right there. It's right on the right of your screen. Just putting things together here for COTA. Should have things in time for. We'll see if for the NASCAR races next year and F1 the following later in the calendar.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We got more racing action coming your way, though, so don't go too far. We'll keep an eye on the weather for you, and we'll see you in a minute.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Try.
race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
You have more important things to worry about than your underwear.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
First few things that come to mind to describe myself: passionate, fun, and giving.
Okay. How about as a driver? How would you describe yourself?
Aggressive, angry, fast.
Curious.
They give us a 1 minute to go. I click the visor down, and the world is shut out. My world that I live in, my reality that I live in, is shut off. I go into full attack mode, soldier mode. The cars are the most. That's what I don't understand. Like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. Because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control. There's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up, you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that. And then all of a sudden, that seems to be disappearing. And I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on. Come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
I'm Chris Dyson. I'm a 3-time Trans Am champion, and we're here to start the season. Well, this morning always starts like every morning with good breakfast. Woke up, sort of got my mind focused, remembered it's a race day. We're at the race weekend. It's the happy time. It's the happy place. We try to focus on what's ahead, which is a great day here. Our Mustang, our number 16 Jim Weed car is ready to go. The team is here. I came and checked in with my engineers, and we've talked about our plan for the day, and it's exciting. This is the best time of the year. This is New Year's celebration starting in February for us. Yeah, so I mean, we've spent the winter training. Racing never shuts off. You're always on it mentally, and you want your body to follow. And I think always having the ability to be ready to go at a moment's notice is something that we all racing drivers want to do. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be first. We want to be the fastest. And a lot of our focus away from the track is on making sure that we're at our absolute best, and when we're not at our best, that we can still get back to our best. And I think that's a key thing for any athlete. One of the big things in the off season is focusing on stamina and focus. And having a couple months off is a great time for the mind to decompress, getting in the gym, putting in that little extra, pushing to try to build up and create those reserves you're going to need when it matters, whether it's in the race or whether it's over a course of a long season. That athletic preparation is a big part of the sport. This is a high-risk, fast, and dangerous game. And what you want to make sure of is that you're not letting down the team and that you're keeping yourself in one piece. So focus is everything.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The three GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
You see, we have TA1, then you have TA2, which is, you see a lot of young talent learning, either being a road racer and showing their skills to move to IMSA or NASCAR, or, development drivers, Brent Cruz, for example, Connor Zilic, who's amazing, and Thomas Annunziata, a lot of young guys that have the talent to move up, and it's where they get their feet wet. I like to see TA1 kind of become the next step for them to, feel more powerful cars and a little edgier cars. The TA2 cars, you can slide around a lot. The TA1 cars are much less forgiving, more on edge. So I can see TA1 kind of becoming what TA2 is now, as far as the young guys getting big car experience.
Adam Andretti, I drive the top liner Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It feels amazing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean anything 2 races into the season. It's obviously a cool accomplishment. You get the great pit spot, and you get some of the perks that come along with being a points leader, but none of it matters until we're in COTA and we're at the banquet, and they're sitting there, and then you're the points leader. That's when it matters. So there was a lot of racing left to go, and that's what we're working towards, is to get to that goal of COTA and celebrating the ultimate celebration. Leading the points at any point in your career feels amazing. I mean, no one doesn't want to be the points leader. That's what we're striving to be. We've been consistent. It's again only 2 races in, but the change from our past to now would be consistency and having a good start. Honestly, in my entire Trans Am career, I've never left Sebring with a decent finish when going for a championship. I've had some great finishes at Sebring, but it was always like one-off races, and I wasn't going for the championship that year. It seemed like every year I've gone for the championship, Sebring has put us behind the 8 ball right off the bat. And this year that wasn't the case. This year we were able to bring it home. with a strong podium finish, and that has been really the game changer for us. When you start thinking about other teams and what they're going through, and you lose focus of what your own operation is doing. We're just heads down on what our own operation is. You have enough to deal with focusing on your own program than having to worry about anyone else's program, as nobody out there is worried about our program either. So it's the champions really put their heads down and focus on what they're doing and exit that outside noise. That outside noise doesn't mean anything. It's funny, and when everyone says, I'd rather be chased than be the chaser, it's because they're not in that position, you know. So you always say, because what we do here in our world of driving race cars is 90% psychological. So if you're somewhere wrong in that game that's going on between your ears, so you have to talk yourself up for that. For me, I just like to focus again on what we're doing, business as usual. We know what we have to do. We have to finish races first and foremost. And if we finish races with our pace and with the way that we perform, those finishes and those results should take care of themselves. After the California swing, we still have 2/3 of our races left. So you get into that last third of the races, then yes, maybe some of the mentality will change, but you got to be careful changing your mentality driving, because when you make those adjustments, it can create other errors because you're taking yourself out of your rhythm. You know, the rhythm of life and the rhythm of what you're doing, especially in our sport, is so important. So it's really a fine line, a fine balance that you have to be on at that point.
The Trans Am Series is all about high horsepower and a big focus on the cars. The TA2 Series is driver development. We get a huge car count, we get great battles on track. And with me right now is Tristan McKee. He's a Chevrolet development driver, and he's going to help tell me and you guys about what we do to make these TA2 cars fast and how you go about winning races here.
So yeah, we really have to be perfect with everything. You know, the competition is super stiff around here. So we really have to have all our cambers, air pressures, and everything right with our Pirelli P0s. You know, they're great tires, super reliable, super consistent throughout the race. We also have to make sure our balance is correct throughout the race, aero balance, mechanical grip, stuff like that, because race pace is super important. Sometimes we have long races with long runs, and sometimes we have caution-filled races like Sebring.
So you're playing with shocks, springs, you're adjusting rear wings, so that, and your thought is, maybe this is going to be a short run race with a lot of yellow, so I've got to be able to fire off really good. Or, man, maybe this is a race every year that doesn't have a lot of yellow, so I've got to have my rear tires still hooked up at the end of this race so I can come through these guys, right?
Yep, exactly. We missed it a little bit at Sebring. You know, we were expecting some long runs, so we had a little bit of a long run setup, and we just missed it because there was a lot of caution.
And another one around the 61.
Our TA2 cars are over 500 horsepower, a little over 2,800 pounds. And so as a development driver and you're coming up through the ranks, being able to just rake, tow, Ackerman, all sorts of things on this is the full package. So I imagine you're working with engineers and learning as much as you can from them, right?
Yeah, I've learned a lot driving these cars. You know, I come from circle track world, so this is very different from what I'm used to. I'm really enjoying it.
So the difference from running the circle track cars to running the road course stuff, what has been your biggest thing that you've been learning with your driving style?
I've had to work on myself a lot because usually driver's fine, it's more of the car, so I've had to, you know, redo all of my braking techniques because it's all different for this style of racing. So I've learned a lot doing this, and I think it's helped me a lot in the oval world, so I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Well,
thank you.
Good to see you and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4. A little bit more rare than some of the production cars. Technically production cars, but a lot more rare, limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7, and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Pirelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am. Well, this is the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli. So here I am in the Pirelli tent, and what we want to do right now is kind of walk you through the process. So Amy Ruman has been nice enough to drop off 4 used sets of tires or beautiful Forge Line wheels. And then the Pirelli guys, they all hopped up like they know what they're doing. He's X'd them out. And he basically is the one that's going to mark this and tell them they just turned in 4 tires. They're going to get 4 new tires. And he invoices them. No money is exchanged here at the track. See, he's writing her number here, the number 23 on that beautiful red McNichols Corvette. He's basically, all they're doing is stacking it up with the fronts and the rears. They move down through here. You can see that this is the left front. This is the right front. And now they're coming in here to the dismount. Now, these are the Forge Line wheels. They put them on here. This thing comes in, takes the bead. You can see it. It's about to take the bead and basically squish the tire down. And then they run it through. And you can tell the muscle memory of these Pirelli technicians is unbelievable. This is a lot harder and more difficult than they make it look, as now they're basically coming through to dismount the tires. You can hear everything is through their air compressor. Now they're taking it off the bead. And they've got it fully dismounted. So there is the old tire, and now they put the new tire on. This is the lubing. They just kind of lube the bead, and I did hear that they have to put more lube on the bead for the TA2 tires than on these TA Forge Line wheels tires. And now they're mounting the tire. Obviously, with the muscle memory that's happening right now with these Pirelli technicians, they've done this thousands of times, I would say. So now they come up here to inflation. And the first thing that the inflator will probably, one of the first things, so they've got these little innards that go inside the valve stem. You can see that. That's what you're pushing when you have to put air into the tires or out of the tires. That goes in. He's airing it up. And you can see this part, I guess, gets kind of dangerous. You don't want your fingers in there when the bead pops that we just heard. And then just in case, they've put a cage around this. And then how many pounds, the first time you inflate, how many pounds are you putting in this?
We're going to find out. It's about 50.
50 pounds, okay. So basically, you put it up to 50 just to get the beads to pop, and now you bring it down to whatever, 30. Okay, so they're going to do 30 pounds, and then it comes down here to balance. And balance is kind of, not that this isn't a science anywhere, but the balancing is really one of the most critical aspects of this, because then the car won't shake or vibrate, and the drivers will feel a lot better. If a tire goes out of balance or a wheel goes out of balance, that can really mess them up. This is the balancer, and this is a computer generated, and it rotates itself, and then it'll tell them where to put the weights. It'll tell them where to rotate and then what weights they need where. So there's the green mark on the tire. And what is it telling you which weights to put where?
Each one of these is a quarter ounce. It's asking for 2 ounces, so you're going to have 8 total. That arrow right there indicates top dead center, which is right here. Okay.
So the green arrow tells the top dead center, and he's putting the weights in there. Then he's going to do it again and see if it passes. Have you ever had a perfectly balanced wheel and tire without weights?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
That's kind of like a lucky strike. 3 cherries at the slot machine. So that looks good. That passes, balanced. And now it comes out here, the number 23, and they'll keep the tires together, but then they'll stack them out here. So let's watch this balancing process one more time, because it is pretty neat to watch. So they've got these, looks like these are quarter ounce. So I'm holding right here then 1 ounce of wheel weights. Then they've got this very sticky double-sided underneath, and then they have to be flexible, obviously, because they go inside the rim. And then they do everything they can to make sure all the weights are on the inside and not the outside. You know, on your street car, you might have weights that are clipped or adhered to the outside, like meaning what you can see, but the Pirelli, they try to do everything to the inside. So now it's just going around, and I guess the computer device is feeling where it's out of balance.
Exactly, yeah. It's got a sensor inside that can feel the heavy side of the tire.
Well, look at that. I can sense it. I just gave you 1 full ounce right there. And now you're looking for the green arrow for top dead center. That's pretty amazing. So then after balancing, they line them back up here, and then it's at the team's leisure to come and pick them up whenever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Unless they are having to wait for them if it's like a race set or something like that, and we're holding them to be released for the time of a race.
So that is the Pirelli. That's the whole process. I've heard that there's been weekends a few years ago at Sebring. They went through 1,300 tires total with IGT and with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This weekend they're going to go through about just over 600 tires, and they've got the assembly line working. We're kind of early on. This is just kind of test and practice sessions. But as the weekend progresses, we might see more and more tires rocking through here. But that's how Pirelli does the Pirelli tires for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A great marketing partner to have in the series. They're doing so much R&D for us, and hopefully we're doing the same for them. It's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship, but that's kind of the assembly line here at Pirelli.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough, it's not flashy, and that's what I love about it. It's real racing, it's pure racing. It's the way racing was meant to be. And I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people, too, make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So, yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley, he came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in this same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow, and it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here and people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. That was always something that was on my radar, and always something everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And this is no different. I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and in your mid-40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there, and a heck of an inspiring story, because I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost, and if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so, trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old. And that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there and I'll be competitive because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent to go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just through the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field is very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know. They know when to push, when not to push, and I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are, but overall I just have thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart, but we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Well, Lime Rock has always been home for me from a racing standpoint since the time I can remember. This is less than an hour away from my childhood home. It's really where the family kind of, I think, made its name in the sport. It's 40 years ago this weekend that my dad's team came out and made their IMSA GTP debut, won the race, kind of announced ourselves to the world as a racing organization. And you know, as a 7-year-old kid, that's still a very bright memory. Obviously, with Trans Am coming back here and having such success, it's really satisfying to do it too with my own kids, and to kind of perpetuate and continue the family cycle. I'm still really grateful for the fact that I've recovered enough to get back in the car, because for a little while there it didn't look like it was going to be too likely. And I'd have to say that I'm probably most grateful for my family for just keeping the positive energy up. And actually, you know, there were times where I just didn't feel like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm thankful for all the people in my life that kept reinforcing the good stuff. And, you know, I think frankly, like, you know, while I'm in that moment too, you know, there's a retrospective thing that maybe goes on that you don't generally allow yourself. You know, you're saying, look, I'm really grateful for everything that happened up to this point. And I think that's a good exercise that everybody should go through. One of the things that's most interesting about racing is how much absolute commitment it takes. And you get reminded of that when you see someone that actually goes a step further than you think you're going. And to me, this is a great way to kind of exercise your limits, and in an environment where it's encouraged. That's not everyday life. So for me, like, the motivation here is to push my personal boundaries, get outside my comfort zone, and test myself. And I think every proper racing driver is wired that way. It's really the last of the unbridled monsters of racing. You know, you're looking at something that for 60 years has known what it is and apologizes for nothing. And I think there's a really strong place for that in this world that's trying to fit inside so many boxes, to have something that says, hang on a minute, we're going to be loud, we're going to be fast, we're going to belch flames. It's rock and roll. It's racing as a spectacle, and it's powerful, it's aggressive, it's give no quarter, none taken. And it's not going to say, sorry, I'm trying to be something else. It knows what it is, and it's a fight every single weekend. These are races that people want to win. This is still one of the most prestigious series in worldwide racing. You mentioned Trans Am racing. Everybody knows what you're talking about, probably to a greater extent than anything I ever raced in.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, and, you know, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, IndyCar was of course a goal or a target, but I was a 6-foot-tall Andretti. And, you know, my whole family was making fun of me. Like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're the only thing you're going to fit in. So it kind of inadvertently, I put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be, too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed, and like God put me right where He wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. Early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing, and their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after.
Well, unfortunately, Mother Nature is going to take the final checkered flag here today at Circuit of the Americas. We are, I don't want to say rained out, we are lightninged out, for lack of a better way of putting it. Too much lightning in the area has caused the officials to call the day. So no IGT race, no Trans Am and TA2 qualifying. They will line up those categories tomorrow based on practice times from earlier in the week. So we are done here today, but we will be back at it tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time to be 9 Eastern. You can catch the International GT Endurance Race on the YouTube page. And then starting at 10 Eastern, 9 local here in Austin. You can find all of our TA coverage on Speed Sport 1 as we kick off a full day of racing there. We'll have Trans Am season finale, the TA2 season finale, and we will have the battles for the gold bell helmets in all the SVRA categories all tomorrow for you on Speed Sport 1. So again, 8 Central, 9 Eastern for IGT tomorrow, and then 10 Eastern, 9 Central for the kickoff on Speed Sport 1 of a full day of racing from here at Circuit of the Americas with Trans Am, TA2, and of course all the SVRA races for those beautiful gold bell helmets. So for Ben Sissel, who disappeared quite a while ago, Ford Martin, I'm Ralph Shaheen. We'll see you in the morning. Have a great night, everybody. See you then.